Failed to post the tweet. Are we actually live or no? This is really weird. Can't tell if we're live or not. Ooh. Really weird. Okay, let's find out. Can you guys hear me out there? Because I keep thinking that I have. Oh, hold on a second here. I keep thinking that I have on my end, on the video side of my stuff, it's saying that I'm having failures to connect. Right on. Good morning, everybody. Hang tight here. I got to take care of some trades. All right, we'll get started here in just a second. I've got some put spreads out there and some puts and some other stuff. And I've got some 0 to 8 calls and a bunch of put spreads heading into today. Now, we do have a lot to talk about this morning. So we're going to talk about it now. And the implications specifically to what happened this morning. Now, last night what is going on with All right, so let's talk about some stuff this morning. There are some implications for this move down this morning that we touched upon briefly in last night's broadcast. First thing I want to talk to you about is that the banks had closed shorts on Friday. Further, they had taken out puts down to the 420 level and with a magnet to 428 expiring on February 18th. There were also hedge funds. We noted this in the video last night that there were also hedge funds that pulled or purchased a lot of call flow expiring this Friday on the market as well. It was much smaller call flow than the put hedges down to 420. But with that said, the move down, we could have, last night I showed you the SPX cap. Let me take a look at that real quick, too, as a matter of fact. There was a cash gap to close down on SPX. I want to see that before I keep talking here. And just make sure that we are below that cash gap. And we are. Okay. So there are implications for where we are in the market right now. There is Hold on here, guys. So on Friday and all last week, the put gamma wall was down around 420. And there were major hedges taking out at 428 that were supposed to expire on February 18th, or are expiring on February 18th. There was also small call positions put out in the money on Friday that expire this Friday. Now, the damage that's been done this morning on this open does open the door to a move down to 406 or so, 405. Now, this morning we have to pay attention closely to any new flow that comes in and how soon that will happen. Now, the last thing I left you with last night was the real problem for the marketplace is a sense of panic that can overtake the markets. Sometimes I tell you that retail does not matter, but there are moments where retail does matter, and especially if small money comes to its own mind, they can actually move markets. So this move down this morning does break some structure. Critical to understand that as we open up this morning. And it does open the door at this point where the door wasn't quite open yesterday down to 400. It is most definitely open this morning to 400, believe it or not. Much lower than the 430 or the 428 tag would imply. The key this morning is going to be watching for the flow that comes in this morning to see if anyone is triggered to purchase puts even lower than the current 420. Normally, we shouldn't hit 420 unless we start to purchase 410s, 415s, 400s, things like that. So that's going to be the thing to be looking for this morning, is what kind of flow comes into the market at this point. Even if we have a snapback this morning, the key is going to be watching if we get further expansion to the downside. And we have some key levels that were broken. These things are not to be messed with, or these are not things to be trifled with, I guess I should say. Give me just a second here. I'm trying to bring up some thought. I had some programs here that are not loading up yet this morning. And the implication from last night, and maybe even the implication from Meet Kevin selling, is that it reverberates through the market. It starts to shake bulls, I should say, from the feeling or the thought process that they're going to be able to get out of their long positions in time. And it becomes that almost like that Mexican standoff where you panic. You wonder, hey, are they going to hold the market up long enough for me to get out of my Apple positions, to get out of my Amazon positions, my Shopify positions? And we spoke extensively over last week about where Shopify and where Amazon are, where there's a chasm below these large stocks that hold up the market. This morning, you see Tesla was down 45 points. You see that Shopify at one point was down, I think it was more than 30. Maybe it is 30 points. 33 points this morning. There's also some other neat notes this morning. I was surprised to see Piton was up while the rest of the market was down, to show the pure manipulation that goes on inside of the market. They went down, I guess, in pre-market eventually, but they were being held up as best that they could hold it up. Now, there were some other notes this morning. Amazon at one point was down. Amazon was down at 27.62. So you will see a short covering operation this morning to some extent. The real concern, though, is the damage that is done at this point into the market. When you hit marks like we did this morning especially on ETFs like the SPY, it opens the door too much lower. I'm taking a look at the flow from last Friday. The hedging was down to 419. The put flow was down to 425, 428, somewhere in that rough vicinity right there. And it looks like that they've printed this morning. I just closed out some of my put hedges on the SPY. I have left my calls in place on the SPY, and I have left my puts on Piton so far this morning. Hang tight here. But the key this morning is going to be watching what takes place. And it comes back to that same old conversation, which is, do you feel comfortable buying this market at 440, 450, 470, 480? No, none of us do. It comes back to the conversation of what is a 50% retracement, what's a 38% retracement, and those levels are much lower than where we are right now. And so the implication is, where do we go? And the trigger this morning is huge. When you see SPY trade down like we did into this morning, down into that 430 level, I think it was 430.58. We can easily at this point trade down. The next stop below is going to be for us to trade down into that 400 level. So if you are or are not prepared for that to happen, I would let you know at this point that most of the rest of the market is prepared for that eventuality to happen at this point. We're going to take a quick look. I want to see Shopify this morning. I'm really interested in both of those companies, Shopify and Amazon still. It's also interesting to see this morning comparatively Piton versus other companies like Snap, versus companies like Hood, Airbnb, PayPal, and to see the resistance to that one company. Uber, I think, was down at one point. Uber was down to $34 this morning. Kind of similar to where Piton is in terms of a drop, but not exactly. It's interesting to see that it's being held, that Piton is being held up versus companies that should have come down as far as they want them to. So I'm wondering about companies like Uber specifically this morning, companies that dropped overnight more severe than other companies. Like Square had a pretty significant drop in the overnight. My price target of RK at 65 is not quite there. It hit 67, 64 this morning. So I'm just trying to catch up here with some of these tickers. To see what insights they lend to the market. Tesla's beginning to sell off. It's now down to 883.77. We're going to look below here and just take a look. I want you to realize that the hero indicator is showing negative this morning on the SPY. We do have more sellers than buyers this morning. And you are seeing this 400 number firm up a little bit. Even if we snap back this morning, you are starting to see buyers step in down below at 400. And I will say that the damage is done to the markets. The trigger of us trading down over into this morning is going to create some market panic. We've broken below 430. Stunning. Absolutely stunning to see this morning. Not only does this trigger a move down to 400 at some point, it opens the door to 400, but it also in what took place in this moment, the way that we're trading down this morning actually sets up a bear market and sets up further decline if we continue to trade down to even that 400 in this time frame. The time frame is critical and crucial to how we are selling down right now. I love it. I love it. I don't love it. I'm not sure if I love it yet. I have a lot of information going through my mind right now. A lot of complications. The implications of this are not positive nor healthy. Whenever we see moves down like this in this kind of a time frame, in previous history at least, it shows more than just a normal corrective moment. Airbnb is now beginning to sell off. They were at 144, or they opened it this morning at 148. They're down to 144 this morning. You are going to see implications. We talked last night about, if Meet Kevin sells his position, in reality, it puts a lot of these other meme pumpers in the wrong position. That he was able to sell out of his position while a lot of these other guys out there are kind of left holding the bags, right? That was our conversation. And you are seeing capitulation this morning in a lot of these speculative growth stocks. The question becomes, did that trigger a lot of the capitulation move this morning in the market? Did that create panic? Looks like there's some support setting up down below here at 428.39. The hero indicator is turning slightly positive at this point. You are seeing some support build down below here. 428.53, 426.50. We'll look slightly lower and see if there's any more threat of further downside today. $426.57. If we are to move up today too, there is a lot of resistance and ice above, up to 435.53. And then, of course, next target above is 439.84. But I do want you to know that we did some damage this morning. Very cool to see. Very not normal to see. The last time we saw a capitulation move of this magnitude, I did measure this weekend, and the move that we are making right now is more. We haven't had a move like this specifically, but I believe at this point now it's going back to March 2020. I think this even beats at this point. I'm gonna have to remeasure again, but I think this does beat the July or June 2020 move and even the August capitulation move. Pair indicator is very negative at this point again. Once again. Large sell program on the market at this point. We've now moved down to 428.54. There is real danger in the market. I cannot impress upon you this move down this morning, the implications on the market. Tesla has now fallen 85 points. We've spoken about the 750 price target. We spoke last week about the danger to Amazon and Shopify, and what kind of and Shopify surprisingly has not moved down. They are pinned currently down below here at 426.39. We're going to take a look at Shopify right now, because if the market is going to have a crash moment, you are going to be looking for companies like Amazon, Apple, Shopify to capitulate. These will be the companies that will force that capitulation move. If we do end up seeing it in the market. And this really is where you want to be concerned. When you see areas like this that are black and not blue or white, if you begin to see a company like Shopify begin to sell down, it looks like we have more buyers than sellers here. This is a good sign to see right now, but it is on a key level of support. The next key level of support is 800, but let's look at Shopify here. I want you guys to see what can actually take place. And below 800, there is clear skies below to 750 down below here. It looks like some of these buyers have either disappeared or have moved up this morning. And I want you to be keen on a company like Shopify. If companies like Shopify give it up, the implication on the market this morning. We're going to look at Amazon next. I want to take a look and see how precarious Amazon is this morning. And surprisingly, Shopify doesn't look as bad as I was thinking. So it's good to see Shopify holding on. We'll look at Tesla thereafter. And then we'll look at Apple. We want to look at the internals of the market, the under the hood stuff. Do-do-do. Might just turn this spy feed off for just a minute while Amazon loads here. You could see Amazon trying to crawl its way back this morning. This is good to see here, this bounce below on Amazon at 27.80. This climb above is important to see. Here indicator is slightly negative this morning. There are more sellers, though, than buyers. This area above at 28.47, we don't want this to turn into any kind of resistance here. And I want to show you the implications and what I'm speaking of. Next target below is 27.50 again, but let's look even deeper below this area for Amazon. $2,700. And I want you to key into this stuff. When you see stuff like this where you don't see a lot of white or blue, these are zones where you don't just break through and you kind of muscle your way down. You wind up having large drops in areas like this. These are very destabilizing to the market when you see zones like this down below and how far the market can actually fall. If companies like Amazon give it up, companies like Shopify, these don't look like the Tesla and the Apple charts. Yeah, it's very scary right now for the market. So pay attention to Amazon today. Pay attention to Shopify. I think you'll have to pay attention to those tickers even more so than the Teslas and Apples. I think that those are the concerning ones. We're going to look at Apple next, then we'll look up Tesla, and then we'll make our way back to the SPY. Am I going to get my Tesla 750? I'd be shocked if I did. I'd be happy too, but just very shocked that it's happening today. It's possible today that it's going to happen. And you'll see more. Do you see how there's more traffic on Apple? Still haven't seen capitulation here. If you are an Apple investor, 150 is the price target on Apple, even if we are at 159.60 right now. There is a giant wall of sellers that have come down on Apple. They used to be up around 190, 200, and they are slowly moving down. Most certainly, there's no support on Apple right now. See if we can see this 150 number again. You have weak support at 158.44. Medium-sized support at 155. Price target 150.36 on Apple. We'll look at Tesla next. So load up here for just a second. Look at that move on Tesla here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of dip buyers. This is a major break of support in Tesla this morning. A bounce down below here at 865.64. We're going to take a look below and see. I think we took a look here on Thursday or Friday down at that 750 level. We're going to see if that's actually attainable or not. I would say Tesla is a little bit more vulnerable than Apple is at this point. Your next target below this 850 mark is going to be straight down to 850 or to 800. It's concerning to see a lot of this black area in here. $800 is firming up more so than 750. This is good to see. It's showing buyers stepping up slightly higher than they were before. The banks were down around 750 last week. It looks like they are stepping up and above here for Tesla at the 800 level as an area to fight for. Be conscious of that. Here indicator is very negative on Tesla at this point as well. We do have more dip buyers stepping in on Tesla. That would be to be expected, but I do want to give you warning this morning that there's a lot of negative flow coming into Tesla this morning. It would not be surprising to see a retest of 850 and then a further move down below to 800. There is real risk of that happening due to the negative flow coming in on Tesla. So at this moment here at 427.75, there should be some resistance, some natural resistance for a further sell down this morning, but we have some real negative flow coming into this market currently. If we break through this level between here and 426, the next price target down below will be 406. And you can see that this is a key support area for the SPY. There is one other place to take note at 426.10. Also 425.22. I want you to look down below here and see that there's no support underneath at this point. Next price target 400. This could be epic to watch here. If we don't stop where we are right now, very dangerous. Apple's holding up quite well. Amazon's holding up quite well. Even with the aggressive selling. Shopify is holding up quite well as well. It has not broken through the 800 level. Any break below 800 on Shop is going to be very dangerous. Not going to lie, it's pretty awesome to see this at this point. This is major market support right here, right where we are at this moment. This key move down right here on the SPY. If this support breaks here, it is an elevator down another 200 points. Or, depending on how you count, 20 points or 200. The Nasdaq is down 380 points this morning. $430, $432.74. Shopify just retested 816.26. Apple is beginning to retest support at this moment. Apple just made a new low at 158.33. Price target on Apple is 150. Again, let's take another look below here on the SPY. A little bit more support, some volatility down below 425. Some support is starting to firm up down below here. Looking for 420.12. Some new support at 415. Let's take a look down below at that 400. $410, $407. Way to pay attention to this right here, and where you see this giant move up in a wall down below. And we have now moved down to a wall at 400. That wall was significantly higher before Friday. Seeing some nice basing on Tesla here. Wow, Wish is down 10% this morning. Woo! Plug is down 11% this morning. Blink is down almost 10% this morning. BTU down almost 6% this morning. Jets down 4%. The ETF this morning. BA down 5% this morning. GM down 5% this morning. It's a pretty big hit for GM. RK hit 66.06 this morning, a significant milestone for RK. Not seeing as much weakness in Amazon. That is a good sign for the market to see Amazon not selling off even more. I really am this morning looking for Shopify, for Amazon to not be holding where they are currently. If we are going to target lower numbers, if we're going to target 420, 410, 406, you're going to want to see those companies with more capitulation. Snap hit a bottom this morning at 28.97, down 7.4, looks like 8% at one point this morning. SPY showing a snapback recovery, short covering at this point. You're going to look for a price target on SPY for 432.82. Maybe slightly lower. You could just call it a clean 432. If there is any sort of recovery this morning in this SPY. You also have a VWAP here at 430.07. On a daily SMA, it has the daily simple moving average, it has broken above the 21. This would be on a 1 minute chart. This next small resistance area here on the 50 is 428.64. Next stop 430.46. Next stop 431.84. And then that number that I gave you earlier is the 200 simple moving average on the daily chart, on the 1 minute daily chart. That's at 432.97. It's not quite yeah, it's showing up right here. Right around here. So price target should be first major resistance point should be 432.62-ish. There's some resistance above here right now, but that is where we're going to look for. Of note, there was some significant buying this morning in ARC products. ARCG. Kind of surprised to see that this morning. See where that was. I didn't see any buying in ARC-K, but I did see ARC-G this morning. Also, ARC-Q. Significant buying in PNC, PG, PFE. And now seeing dark pool come in on the SPY. Damn, just when I thought we would have an easier morning, here we go with a wild morning just to start the week. I wonder if this is going to last into this Friday. Last week, I was like, woo! I was like, this was a busy week. This week right here is just as wild, to say the least, heading into the Fed. Sorry, I'm buying and selling as I'm talking to all of you guys out there. I'm trading 0 dates back and forth here. So I just sold some 432s. And I'm going to try to pick them up once more here if I can. 2 and 3. 428. We're right here. 427. So I'm going to look for the SPY to come down here and try to grab them once more. I'm going to try to pick up 427.17. Or excuse me, right at that level, 428.17. See if I can grab another pack to run up to 432. Maybe we come back down to 427.32, somewhere in there. Try to take them up one more time. There are some sellers stepping in slightly lower than that 32 number. Coming into a key resistance point on the majors, on Shopify, on Amazon, on SPY. Broke above, though, on Tesla resistance. Tesla's regaining some ground and some support, whereas Shopify is being rejected right now. Amazon is gaining some support. 428.59. 429. Let's see if we tag. Maybe that bounced down here. 429, or is it rejected? There is a note to be made this morning that I need to key you in on, and that is that the algos have switched. The algos were all pretty much stacked up on 430, and they have moved their positioning to 420p expiring today. There's now 83,000 contracts on 420p on the SPY for an expiration of January 24. They're roughly at 44 cents or so. It is concerning to see this many contracts down below this morning at 420p for the 24th. And there's actually now contracts down below on January 26th on the SPY for 415C, 24,000 contracts. Scratch that. 415P. Just to clarify, to make sure that I have your attention out there. There are now 83,000 contracts on January 24, 420p. January 26th, there are 24,000 contracts on 415p. January 28th, there are 52.3 thousand contracts on 420p. I'm going to look a little bit deeper here and see if and here we are in January 31, we have 11,000 contracts purchased at 400p. These are all new as of today. Have slight interest in February 7th, 400p. This is certainly an expansion to the downside, betting on the downside over time. We'll take a look a bit further out. Of note, the February 18th 420 Ps have been closed out on the SPY, but now there is repositioning on the February 18th down to 412P. That's for 52,000 contracts, 412P on February 18th. I am seeing large concentrations start. I mean, we have some stacked puts coming in into March down to 400. Large interest down around 400P. This is all new stuff from today. Oh, son of a bitch. There is substantial put hedges coming in the market at this point, down to 400. And it's littering the options chain of the SPY as deep as March. But some serious consideration that we can hit 400 before end of week. Whew, that got my stomach turned seeing all of that put flow and hedging. This is some pretty major hedging down to the 400 level. Be conscious of that at this point. So 400 is back on the table. Hello, ladies. I would not have expected that this morning. This was a very outlier event. Good to see. The faster that we get down to 400, the happier that I am. The time frame that it took to even begin to start talking about a new price target of 400 this quickly is unhealthy for the market. This is not how you have an orderly market sell. The implications will be far-ranging. If we had implications before of let's say a 1 to 3 month recovery, this looks further out, possibly 3 to 6 months at this point. We are seeing expansion to the downside to 400. Be aware of this morning, no matter what anyone else is telling you out there. There is some large hedging coming into the market this morning down to the 400 level. There's a large concentration this week and some further out hedging into March. I got to turn this down. Be very wary this morning of any kind of recovery in the market. You are seeing some resistance beginning to firm up at 428.89. You can just kick this 433 out the window at this point. Oh, it looks like it's going away, or they're stepping down below here. I want you to be very concerned. Okay, so I've got flow coming through now. February 18th, 412p, right? We already talked about this before the flow was coming out publicly. I did scroll through the options chains on the SPY, and there is some major hedging coming in. Now, this is showing 412, but I'm seeing it down at 400. If I can find this flow inside the market, I'll tell you guys about it. But whether it was set or not, there is major hedges down at the 400 level for this entire week and at key moments in February and March. What I'll do is I'll bring this flow. Well, this flow is not coming in right now. I'm going to go back through, though, and highlight these same dates for you so that you can find them for yourself. I want you to take a look at January 2-4. This just happened maybe 15 minutes ago. There was a switch to 420p expiring today, January 24. There's now 90,000 contracts on 420p expiring today, January 24. January 26, 415p. There are 24,600 contracts on 415p. That would lend us to a slide down over the next 2 days into Wednesday. We have 60,000 contracts out at 420p on January 28th. And then the real killer here is we have 12,000 contracts at 400p on January 31. The next major concentration that I can see is February 18th. Now, the hedging that was done on February 18th was originally at 419 or so. Those have been lifted, and now they've been placed lower at 412. Also of note this morning, in one of my chat rooms, I'm hearing that all flow services were down this morning. So I will go through some of the flow that is just coming up now at this point. Yeah, and see, none of this stuff is showing these price targets here. I guess, well, yeah, we did have the one come up. The 218 412 puts came up at $7.8 million. Heavy put flow in Ford, IWM, BA, MSFT, the Qs, XBI, who we talked about yesterday on video, NCLH, CMCSA, GS has put flow on it, Lucid, BAC, Uber. Let me look at that Uber stuff. March 4th, 30p. Snap HD and Netflix USB. But of real concern is the expansion to the downside. I want you to be aware of that when you start to see put flow coming into the market. That's much lower. This is very abnormal for us to see it down at that 400 level. We're seeing no range expansion to the upside. So outside of short covering that'll take place within the SPY, We are trading down. I want to also lend one word of caution to you out there this morning. If any of you are paying attention to flow services, I would not trust any of the flow that's coming out this morning. There is under the surface stealth hedging going on inside this market currently. Be very, very cautious this morning on any positive flow that you see. Now I'm starting to see come in currently the Qs January 28th, 345p for $6.8 million. This is accurate to the moment. And then some follow through with January 24th, 340p for $230,000. $500,000 coming in on January 28th, 420p for $409,000. This is all current right now at the moment, but I want to warn you that the flow this morning is inaccurate. There is some under the surface put hedging on the market down to 400 this morning. You won't find that flow anywhere on your services that are out there this morning. You have to dig through. I guess I'm begging you out there I want you to look through your options chains on your brokerages, and there is more going on underneath the surface than big banks are letting you in on this morning. What do we got here? 430. And then still that same tag above at 432. There are now 97,000 contracts on 420p expiring today. I think earlier when it first started, it was roughly about 84,000 contracts. It's now basically at 100,000 contracts. 420p. All right, so let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys out there. I haven't really been paying attention at all to the chat. I've been trying to trade myself here in the background, but I do want to ask you guys out there what you think about the fall this morning. A couple things, I guess, would be first off the fall this morning, the impact of this fall if you were to look at the fall this morning on a much larger chart, let's say you look at a 1-year chart, this is significant, right? This leaves a mark. We haven't seen moves like this since at least 2020. And then prior to that, the last significant move, oh boy, in a day like today, a measured move, 2018 would be another significant move like we had today. This one's going to sit out specifically on a chart, right? This is not a move that you want to see this quickly. This is a 5-day move. Well, we did start up back here at 479, but we had a nice little pump. But this capitulation move, and that was back on December 31st. So I guess you could say it took a month for us to get here. It was quite orderly until early last week, I want to say, right? Like Wednesday or Thursday. And it's continuing now. My concern at this pace is the pace of the move this morning. There's real damage done to the market at this point. So I have some questions about that. I want to know what you guys think about the time that it took for us to get where we are this morning and its implications. I did measure some moves to compare and see if we made a move down today to the 428 level in the past, and it was very rare. And on those rare occasions when it has happened, it did leave a mark. You know, it's like you get punched in the face. Or you like how do I look at it? Like if you were a drywaller or a painter or a construction worker and you worked for 10 years versus if you got hit by a car, right? You're gonna feel the car hitting you right away. Whereas some guy that's working a blue collar job, it's gonna take 5 or 10 years to feel it. I'm trying to relate this to an easy way, I guess, this morning. Now, I did see some more SPY puts coming in right now. SPY 124, 425p for $125,000. SQQQ calls January 28th, $250,000 in calls. QQQ 218, February 18th, 320p for $300,000. SPY puts 100 grand January 24th for 426. More QQQ puts 340p for $200,000. This is from everything I've seen in the past, when I was trying to measure this stuff out here on previous events, when we move this quickly, I want you to know that the implications are not good. We typically do not snap back like we normally would. It's leaving a mark in my pants. I don't know. I don't believe the news right now. I'm not really paying too much attention. I mean, I'm paying some attention to the news, but not in context of the market. I kind of have my Main Street hat on with the news currently. I'm not really paying too much attention to the news. We know this is going to happen. We know that we had a price target of 428. We knew we had a price target of 428 heading into February. We knew the banks bought to they bought lower than 428. So this isn't unexpected in any real way. But the acceleration of it is a surprise to me. I figured that we'd have a snapback play today into the open, then we would possibly trade down into FOMC and then continue to trade down after or up to earnings. The outlier tail risk that I saw into this morning had more to do with, and it's in the video last night. I have actually written down right here. And the real problem is if the market panics. And we talked about Meet Kevin last night, that he was kind of let loose out of his positioning, right? He was free to do what he wanted at that point. And the real problem was, does he create panic on the retail side of the market with these other pumpers that are out there? We talked last night about small hedge funds that tried to buy the market on Friday because they were upside down in positions. They were telling you that they were going to buy the PayPal and Nike and all these other companies, when in reality they were probably panicking all weekend long. And if retail is not a force, but is a force if they get their shit together, which this morning looks like they did to me. To me, it looks like these small hedge funds got caught last week upside down in what they thought was places to hide, that they tried to buy the dip on Friday into Monday and hopefully trade off of a snapback. But then when you have retail panicking, and then you watch it this morning in pre-market, you have people, these are people with wealth. You've got people that are worth 50, 80, 20 million dollars, $100 million, and they pull the plug, right? They call up their broker and they say pull the plug, or they go to their own brokerage and they just pull the plug. They don't want to wait for the Mexican standoff. That we talked about that Mexican standoff last night, right? There's the discussion of, when do they pull the plug? Do they pull the plug at the start of tech earnings this week? Do they hold it up until the end of tech earnings this week? Do people just say, fuck that, I'm out of here, right? Or, hey, I've been following Meet Kevin for 2 years, and, there was these roundtable discussions this weekend on YouTube by some of these other stock pumpers, and they were sitting around this weekend, and that was my big question was, are they in the background saying, well, shit, if he's sold, I have to sell now? We're seeing some Palantir puts come in, almost $1 million, March 18th, 12p. PFE substantial puts coming in May 20th, 45p. MU $500,000 in puts, June 17th, 65p. There are some. I did a little bit of day trading this morning. There is some day trading flow coming in, but I'm not going to quite tell you guys what that is this morning. It's very dangerous to be day trading this. You just need to know. We have Microsoft, February 18th, 295p for $1 million. So I want you guys to realize when you see the market panic, when you start to see small hedge funds, wealthy individuals start to panic, they will rug pull us as well. They have the power to rug pull us. And we're seeing that, in my view, this morning. I don't think the news has as much to do with this as it's more of, hey, where do you want to buy this market, right? We talked extensively last week that we wanted to buy this market at a much lower price, more than likely down at 400. We know I am scared at this point that the size of the move into this morning is not going to give us the bottom that we're looking for at this point, especially in big tech. You might see more significant selling down than just 1 month. You might see big tech specifically sell down for anywhere from 3 to 6 months, possibly even a year at this point. I don't want to sound overly bearish on this, but I want you to be aware of the implications of a move like this morning. I do see this morning some calls, surprisingly. We were just talking about this 10 minutes ago, and we talked about it last night. Nike, June 17th, 125C for $22.5 million. So this might be a part of that rotation trade. But they were pumped up as the stock to buy at to buy on Friday, and they had a fall this morning as well. They fell from the close of Friday at 143 all the way down to 139. We are seeing, what am I seeing here? Apple, January 20th, $705,000 on 125 puts. Woo! 125p, January 20 on Apple, $800,000. Baidu, January 20th, 145p for $2.5 million on Baidu. Goodbye, China stocks, I guess, huh? Apple, January 28th, 157.5p, $500,000. Yes, sir, Joe Harper, 125. You heard it right. Apple, 125p. Yeah, we're going down. You're gonna. If I was hoping that we'd get down to 400, and there were some technical indicators that were implying that we would move to 400. We needed more confirmation for it. At this point, if we were looking for more technical confirmation, I'm gonna give it a 70% chance that we hit 400 between now and March. I want to say mid-February. The only things that would preclude that from happening at this point would be maybe a super dovish Fed. That could be the only thing. It would have to be a super dovish Fed, but we're starting to trigger indicators that are showing damage to the market. That can't be denied. And you're seeing some major flow come in right now, validating that same viewpoint. And that would include Apple dropping. I don't know that trade on Apple is intended to see 125 currently, but it's more than likely a day trader trying to make some fast cash. There should be more capitulation from a move like this today. Oh, interesting to see. VZ, January 28th, 52.5p for a cool $125,000. They are broken up into sweeps across different markets. Now seeing a cascade of VC puts coming in. January 28th, 52.5p. Yeah, we're beyond caution here and damage done to the market. You could see, you see like the Nike calls come in. That's a pretty substantial bet on Nike. You might see companies like Nike stay up, but you're gonna see a cascading waterfall for the market at large to trade down right now. Where you might see a company like Nike get saved, you're going to see people get whacked. You're going to see people get whacked across the board. You're going to need to be paying attention to companies like Nike. You're going to be needing to pay attention to companies like Shopify and Amazon. Anything that's kind of like the bread and butter of the United States. But outside of that, everything here is pointing to a severe down move. More severe than we are right now. This is nothing, to be honest with you. And the reason for that is because depending upon how fast it takes for us to trade down to 400, if it's on a shorter time frame, that will start to trigger mass selling in the market. You would then be looking lower than 400. You would start to be looking at 390, 360s, and even below. There is most certainly a lot to be said for orderly selling down in the markets and then violent moves down in the market. Now, we'll have violent moves up when we make these violent moves down, but even when we do, just on a scale of time frame, moves like this will panic people. There will be full panic moments. There will be faster capitulation in the market. We are seeing more VZ puts coming in. I think we've got 10 racks split across the market. I'm not unsure why. But at any rate, it's January 28th, 52.5 C, or excuse me, P. Just to reiterate, those are puts. VZ 128, that's January 28th, 52.5 P. We're seeing more Apple puts coming in. February 18th, 155p. QQQ puts coming in. SPY puts coming in. More Qs coming in. More VZ puts coming in right now at this moment. If you are a bull out there, I need to warn you, even if we trade above, let's say we have a snapback today, we trade back to 432 or 436 or anything like that. I have to warn you. We've been warning you for a month at this point. Even in closing arguments last night, right? We said we're bull or we're bearish, right? That's what we said. Our take is bearish on this market. And if you're not bearish at this point, I don't know what else could make you bearish at this point. Seeing more SPY puts coming in right now, January 24th, 424p. We are once again back down in this major support down here. If we do break below 425, there isn't a whole hell of a lot stopping us from falling much, much lower. I want you to see that, okay? I want you to see that there's not a whole hell of a lot holding this market up where we are currently. Kind of wild seeing us right here at this moment, right? So I'm watching the SPY on a candlestick chart here. You can see how precarious of a position we're in, and then comparing that to the heat map and the flow that's currently coming in to the market. And this really is the level right here. If you see a break below this 425, very dangerous to our market. Watching RK puts come in right now. January 28th, 69.22 for $300,000. Lots of Apple puts, Nvidia puts. There are some day traders trying to buy these bottoms. I'm not going to give you guys these numbers on these day trader trades. These are big moves behind the scenes, so I don't know what else to say to you. If you're going to day trade this, there is a lot of money to be made on these small snackbacks, but very dangerous to be trading this on the long side. But there are day traders stepping in, not a huge amount. There's way more negative flow coming into the market than it is overwhelming day traders. No, so I'm not in. I traded one trade above here earlier. Took another trade above and then got out of it at break even. Made a bunch of money in the first one, and I'm not ready to buy this down here yet. I don't think that I can buy this down below here. And if anything, I'm just looking to take one more. Whoa. Okay, Tesla, January 20th, 670p. $5 million. Tesla, January 20th. Oh, scratch that. That's January 20th, 2023. 670p for $5 million. January 20th, 2023. 670p, $5 million. Apple, June 17th, 2022. 155p, $700,000. XLNX, January 28th, 150p for $300,000. It's actually not too bad of a sign for Tesla. Year output 670. I find that hard to believe. Maybe. I do find that hard to believe. It's possible. That would imply that we're going to trade sideways and down all year long. SE, January 28th, 135p for $400,000. More day traders stepping in, hoping to catch this bounce on the SPY. They want to see the trade higher. I'll give you guys that number. It's they are all buying January 26th, 436C. But I do warn you, it is a very risky trade. It's kind of an odd trade, right? Tesla, January 20th, 2023. It's a weird trade. January 20th, 2023, 670p. Is it a trade saying that the price target is 670 the next 3 months? And they're putting time on it so that they don't have to worry about the intrinsic value of the trade. Deals with the violent swings on Tesla. I'm gonna have to make a note of that 670p and see how they're charting that out in regards to the market. AMD puts coming in June 17th, 95p. SPY day traders getting back in there with some SPY puts. January 26th, 415p for $130,000. Boy, tell me this doesn't look like just another opportunity to take short. Apple puts February 18th, 160p for $600,000. We're going to bring up the Apple chart real quick. There's been a substantial amount of Apple puts come in. Have some more puts coming in on the SPY. More hedging. April 14th, 429p, $1.1 million. I need the bottom of IWM to fall out. Agreed. Need IWM to 165. I'm still paying close attention here to Shopify. That's where it's at right there. See this breakdown below? Bye-bye market. Right here, right down here at this 800 mark. You know, it's funny. I had this stream last night where Bitcoin traded down to like $14,000 in the overnight. Really bizarre shit in my brain. I really want to see this break below here. You guys want to see IWM fall? I want to see Shopify fall. I want to see this move down here. I want to see that move to 750. That's what I want to see right there. I want to see that Shopify down to 750. You want to see the market bleed? See Amazon and Shopify sell off? Woo! Talk about some prints. Good night, market. Take a day trade here. Seeing some SPY calls come in. January 24, 428C, $200,000. These are all day traders fighting it out. Qs, January 28th, 350C for $268,000. VIX is on the move up, it looks like. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, maybe yes. I haven't looked at the VIX in a few minutes here. Yeah, that looks like it's going up. This is an interesting point in the market right now. This is a nice place to reject on the SPY. Nice place to reject. Wonder about all you guys that are dividend bros out there this morning. Dividend bros are getting wrecked this morning. Take a look at Microsoft real quick. It's about to fall off a cliff right here. Be very concerned at this moment. Microsoft is starting to trade down here. They're getting rejected currently. The SPY is beginning to reject as well. Take another stab at breaking through this support at 425.11. If you see on the right-hand side of your screen here where this vertical white line is, if you see this red line disappear at any point, this is a sell the news kind of a moment. Just coming in, SPY puts, NEO puts, Apple puts, January 28th, 152.5, $393,000. Apple Golden Sweep coming in January 28th, 152.5p for $1.2 million. They are leaning in on Apple currently to break through this support right here. Just working on it. SPY's slapping 425.60. Be very careful below 424.90, 424.82 or 85 at some point. Apple Golden Sweep puts coming in right now. Shopify teetering on the edge of the market currently. Amazon is capitulating currently. Market warning right where we are right now, folks. RK, January 28th, 65p. Shit. SPY, March 18th, 423p, $1.3 million. Cascading effect of puts coming into the market currently. XLE has not participated as much in this sell-off. There were some calls that came in March 18th, 70C for $130,000. Puts coming in on DocuSign, Spotify. Twitter puts June 17th, 30p for $400,000. We are starting to show this breakthrough support right now on the market. You're seeing the implications of Amazon selling off. Shopify is beginning to sell off right now. Tesla's selling off. You will see the implication begin to hit the SPY and the Qs here briefly. You will see the impact from big tech selling off currently in the major indexes. This is a market warning where we are at this moment. SPY puts leading in January 24th, 428p. Massive inflow of puts market wide. There is vol below, but this is major support in the market currently. I'm not going to go through all of the puts that I see rolling through on the screen, but I can tell you right now that it's in the millions of dollars. Support is breaking on the SPY currently. Amazon, major destruction in Amazon. Apple, some damage, but not as bad as Amazon. Amazon just broke through 759. Shopify is right down at 802.99. That is the cliff for Shopify. Seeing more sellers come above on the SPY here at 428. More SPY puts coming through right now. Shopify literally sitting on the cliff's edge, standing over and looking down. Now seeing puts coming in even across the board now, across into energy, major put flow into energy. Never a good sign. If you see energy holding on, it's not so bad. You're now starting to see major put flow on energy. Be very careful here. Put flow on XLI, XLE, January 28th, 165p. Scratch that. XLE, February 18th, 57p. XLI, February 18th, 97p. First price target down below. I got to be honest with you guys. This is turning into a situation where you're starting to see support becoming resistance here. This is very dangerous for the market. Price target below, I'm going to call it right now, is going to be 400 at some point, unless we see some significant move in the market. A significant climb above at least 429.60 or so. We are firming up with heavy resistance where we are currently in the market. Amazon's having a slight recovery, but Shopify is not. Shopify has broken below 800 briefly. Broke below 799, 799.45. This is a market warning. I'm seeing millions of dollars in negative flow coming through right now on the SPY, the Qs, market wide. Be uber, ultra careful in this market currently at this moment. Everything is screaming a market sell-off. Watching more put flow on energy. USO, February 18th, 56p. XLE, major put flow coming in right now. When you start to see the put flow coming in energy, it is a huge warning sign for the market. Be very careful out there if you are a bull right now. Shopify is capitulating down to 792. Woo! Bank put flow coming in, SPY put flow coming in. We're going to look up Shopify once more here. I need to warn all of you right now. I don't know how to express to you verbally over the internet right now. There's some serious flow coming in against the market, against SPY. There are golden puts rolling through, just $1 million trades coming in against the SPY right now. You are seeing a break in Shopify currently. Broke through major support. There is no major support in Shopify down to 750. Going to bring up Amazon next for you. You know, you have companies like Apple have some, support, right? You'll see between major levels on Apple, lots of longtime holders, banks like that, or banks and institutions like that. Then you see companies like Amazon, you see companies like Shopify, and there's just nothing. They just don't see these companies as breaking. Tesla, February 18th, 750p, $1.2 million. This is not 2023. This is February 18th, 2022, 750p, $1.2 million. Major Qs flow coming in right now. All put side. Amazon's about to trade down to the depths of hell here. Last major support on Amazon is 275169. We're going to look below here and see how far it can fall. Market warning to any of you out there right now. Market warning. Amazon is breaking through support currently. When you see all these black areas here, you don't see any ice down below here at Amazon. Next price target, 2,700 on Amazon. And that's not even really big support. You see these orange lines right here. You're actually looking for them to be much darker, deeper red. And you can see new support kicking in. Way down below 2,700, and new support kicking in down below 2,650. SPY showing a hammer candle here. TQQQ, January 28th, 52.5 puts, $325,000 with a high algo score. QQQ puts 124, 335p, 100 grand. More Q puts, another 100 grand. Same strike, same date. Puts coming in across the board, market-wide, across all kinds of tickers. You guys even want me to list them too? Does it matter at this point? KO, AAL, HSBC, RLX, GDX, ABBV, PFE, GE, AAL, ET, Riots, WFC, all across energy, X, SUM, XLE, PEP, Ford, NCMI. I don't think there's really anywhere to hide right now in the market. More SPY puts coming in. Even with this hammer candle, you're watching I just watched SPY puts come in a few seconds ago. January 24th, 420p, $700,000. IWM puts coming in right now. APRN puts coming in right now. NEO puts. Watching a short bid come in, or a bid come in, not a short bid, but a bid come in for NVIDIA. NVDA, March 18th, 220C, $500,000. But what does $500,000 mean in the grand scheme of things? When you're seeing 20, 30, 40, 50, $100 million in puts coming in. Next big resistance above is 428, 427.99, 427.68 maybe. Still have more sellers than buyers currently. Disregard this here indicator down below here. Relentless selling. Relentless Q's puts still coming in. Relentless AMD puts, SPY puts. Still watching SPY puts come in at this moment. Those 420 puts that are excuse me, those January, look at this real quick. So those January 420 Ps, we started out this morning a switch over to 420p. They began this morning at like 30, 40 cents. They're now up to 80 cents. They had the algos switched over to for like 85,000 contracts, up to 165,000 contracts on that 420p. Major resistance above at 427.72. Watching more SPY puts come in. IWM puts January 24, 192p for 38,000. SPY 124, 420p for $200,000. Split between two sweeps. Sell every rip. Coming into the 12 o'clock hour, still seeing more of those VZ puts come in. January 28, 50p for 61,000. SPY, March 18th, Jesus. SPY, March 18th, 423p, $1.1 million. SPY, January 24th, 420p for $140,000. Relentless puts on VZ. Who did VZ piss off today? VZ's been the target all morning long. Just killing Verizon. Don't they have, isn't there, isn't there their ER today or this week at some point? I forget what day it was this week. I think it's today. I'm not sure. Just redheaded stepchild, Verizon. SPY, relentless or put buying, more puts coming in on SPY. Just more. Lots more SPY puts. I don't even know if you want to hear what this one is. January 24th, 422p, $150,000. Yeah, VIX looks like it wants new high of the day. VIX to 50, baby. Gonna close that gap at 45. Of course, someone just bought April 14th Nikola calls for $7, and they spent a cool $69,000. They should have spent $69,420 in Nikola calls. Someone came in and bought Donkey Kong DKNG 128.17C for $187,000. That's like, what isn't that? Isn't 187 murder? And then we got 69. 187 murder calls on DKNG and 69 calls on Nikola. Too funny. Yeah, so just wait for a breather here. You pick them. You pick when you take short up here. There's lots of money coming in trying to sell this market down currently. Anywhere up here, we can sell this down to the next level. Looks like next minor support's at 420. The ultimate target, though, is 400 below. I don't care when it takes, but we're getting there now. Maybe not 400. We might get down to like 413 or so before we start getting a bumpy ride. Somewhere down in that 400 mark. Total bloodbath. Total bloodbath. It is kind of funny when you're seeing like 69,000, 187. You know these guys are buying this. You know you got these guys are buying these trades with that in mind. I love the troll. More SPY puts. More puts on Lucid LCID. January 28, 32p. Cool $250,000. It is odd to see the housing market being propped up right now. There are some housing ETFs that I was looking at earlier. They were being propped up. These are liquid ETFs. Wonder if these are banks trying to hold them up. Let me look back and see if I can find them. But there was some money inflow into housing. I don't know if I see them anymore. Really obscure REIT ETFs being propped up this morning. Looks more like just trying to prop up the housing market so the whole thing doesn't fucking crash. Excuse my language. I bet if Eric Hagar was here right now, he'd say more diarrhea propped up market shit. Just wait for the SPY to take a breather here. Take another short heading down below. It is 12 o'clock. 12:02 right now in the afternoon. That's an amazing morning. Great sell downs. Question becomes where to from here, I guess, right? Is this the level where everything calms down middle of the day? We tried to try to trade sideways. Question then becomes also for the Fed meeting on Wednesday, is this a market move in anticipation of a Fed? What are they going to say on Wednesday that can move this market for where we are right now? Does it drop us lower to that 400 number? Do they become more dovish? Do we see the snapback if they become more dovish? Because currently the market is in a capitulation phase. Currently, it looks to me like retail panic, right? It looks like small hedge fund panic. Looks like, that's just what it looks like to me. And I don't think it ends here. I don't think that you can go into the ER season without a sell the news kind of mentality. I don't think you can go into with any kind of a good taste in your mouth for any kind of good news from big tech. And I think we talked about this this past week. We talked about how the dollar, right? If we are beating inflation, that the dollar becomes more valuable, that you have to reprice these big tech companies. You have to reprice the entire market. That their guidance can't really include selling more iPhones, right? This year, that Apple's not going to sell more iPhones. I guess late last night I saw a post saying they're going to have a bunch of new products that they're going to release this year. Question becomes: are people going to buy new cars? Are people going to buy new anything? Right? Is that what they're going to do with their money? And this sure as shit doesn't look like it, right? This looks like rates are coming down the pike. This looks like free money supply is ending. We're pricing in that point that the free money is going to end. They're pricing in rates going up, that they'll be tightening and loaning. The market's not showing that housing sales are going to go down, but in the background, looking at some of the flow, it looks like they're just propping up REITs right now. That could fall at any time, right? We've seen this in the past. We know that some major YouTubers came out and said that they were selling their positions. We know that people listen to those guys out there. So you've got a little bit of panic in this market this morning. But that the question becomes, right? Let's say some people still haven't sold. Let's say the last bull out there that hasn't sold this market. What are they left with? Are they just going to hold on through earnings? Are they going to wait for the continued ruthless selling into earnings? Do they wait for us to hit 400? If we hit 400 this week with the Fed and ERs, let's say we hit 400 this week. What does that trigger? What kind of damage is done at that point? Is it then do you say, okay, we're going to take this market up from 400? Or are some people just so blown out that they can't re-enter this market? That's a real concern, right? We talked about margin debt last night. There's margin debt everywhere in this market. We have the threat of tax increases from the Senate elections coming up this fall. We have the threat of war, right? Or even just the news of war, the risk of war, when the United States says it's going to step up and possibly put troops on the ground. Watching more SPY puts come in February 2nd, 415p. We are expanding the put side of this market, not the call side. We also have AMD puts coming in $1 million. Split across February 18th, 100p. AMD, February 4th, 105p. AMD, March 18th, 95p. Just stacking them up against AMD. But all this stuff starts to add up, right? You start to add these things up every week. You start to add them up by the month. You start to look at where this market is heading. And right now we're pricing in very quickly a larger move in the market over a longer period of time. Not pricing it in. We're setting up for a larger move down in the market over a longer period of time. If we were to sell down slowly over the course of, let's say, 3 months, not so bad. You could trade sideways for the year. If you start to see moves like this quickly at the beginning of the year in January, if you look back on years like 2008, this is starting to look like that year right now. It's getting closer, right? You start to put the makeup on, start putting lipstick on, you start putting the eyeshadow on, start to do your hair, you start to walk, act, and talk like it, and people will look towards those years and they will become more fearful. They won't want to trade this market. They will want to pull their investments out of this market. We have snap puts coming in January 20th, $500,000. SPY puts coming in January 24th, 424p, $130,000. Price target below is 420. Ultimately, the price target right now is 400. You're going to want to see a break of Amazon, a break of Shopify. It's tapped twice now. Amazon is now breaking through this last piece of support. Shopify is down in the 800s. You should see some market capitulation at this point, market wide. You should see some kind of a break of Shopify, Amazon. Apple's starting to break down here. Price target on Apple, as stated earlier, is 150. They're now down to 156.11. Clear skies on both. I mean, Shopify's got a clear sky to 750. Seeing dip buyers step in right now. I'm telling you, man, if you guys are out there dip buying this shit, this is not the place to be buying dips. AMD, $1 million, right? May 20th, 100C. But I don't know if this guy saw the cascade of put flow on AMD. Someone just bought Ford for $26,000. I think these are players that are poor traders, poor investors. Someone just bought Ford at $26,000. But then I see Snap come in, right? February 18th, 29p, $1.3 million. $500,000 on Q puts. Another $500,000 on Snap puts. Not the dips you want to be buying. I'm telling you, see this shit, right? This is not normal selling, okay? This is not your organized, please use the bottom left exit outside of the stairwell. This is very dangerous. Excuse me. Shopify is down 11% on the day. That's going to hurt. That doesn't just hurt Shopify. That hurts hedge funds, banks. Big damage being done today. Netflix down another 10% today. Whew. SQ, $102 at SQ, down 13% in the day. Let me take a look on a year chart at SQ. My God. SQ is down 60% almost. Woo! SQ gives back its entire, let's say SQ gives back its entire trade, right? Its entire trade from March, puts it back at $32. My original price target in SQ was $84. I didn't think we'd get here that fast. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was going to take a few more weeks, maybe slightly longer. Mid-February, I was figuring SQ might take that long to get down. If we do begin to break below that level, if we begin to break below $84, bad juju, bad, bad, bad. RK is right at my price target now, $65. This was my price target on RK. Now, I do want to make a note for you here. This is important for you to note in the market at this exact moment. Okay? So I want you to, if you're out there listening right now, this is a critical moment for you to look at. RK being at $65 prices in 3 to 5 rate increases this year. If you see RK break below 65 and head down to $35 or so, that is pricing in our market to about 7 to 8 rate increases this year. That could give you an insight into maybe there's some information that we don't know about the Fed and their meeting or what the Fed's going to do. 65 should be roughly where it's rated at. I know some of you guys want to see RK at 0. We have to look at it from the perspective of what's being priced in. So if you see a huge break below $65, start to price in more rate increases than 3 to 5 for the year. That is that's the only implication I'm trying to make for you right now. Microsoft, February 18th, 275p, $1 million. Goodbye, dividend bros. Goodbye, SPY. 422.17. Good night, huh? Woo! 429.89. Bye-bye, SPY. Straight market capitulation taking place right now. I do not expect this selling to end anytime soon. Price target below on the SPY currently is at 419.13. Watching some people flee to gold. I would not flee to gold. This is not the place to be fleeing to gold. This is the place for you to be cash if you're a bull or taking the short trade. Look at that beautiful thing right there. 420. Woo. The ultimate price target right now is still 400. Even if we bounce off 420 here, there's still a look below to 400. If not today, you will see it. There also are even larger implications we talked about. We were talking about putting together weeks, right? Red weeks, then red months. There's no saving this month, right? So you've got January. You can flush this one right down the shitter. So you've got yourself a red month. You have December that we barely stayed above water. But you're talking about a red month on the month of January at this point. And so you'd be thinking that February would probably do the same thing. We're probably going to be looking for February to close the month in the red as well. That would put us below whatever we trade up to end of month. Let's say we do have a snapback. You'd still want to see us below, let's say 430, 420. That would put us down into that 400 mark for the month of February. Now, if we close February as a red month, there you go. There goes your 1 quarter red month. Your 1 quarter red month would take anywhere from 6 to 9 months to a year to recover from. If you put 2 red quarters together and we're not able to recover from that, that will turn into a 2008 type situation. You will have 1 full year of relentless selling. So every time we're getting down in here and we're doing this so quickly, we will have violent moves up if this stuff continues to stack. But as we start to get confirmation into, putting a month together negative, putting a 2 months into negative, then you put a quarter negative, and all of a sudden it's harder to dig yourself out of that hole, right? It's like when you fall down the hole gets deeper, and you're not really coming back from it anytime soon. XLF with puts coming in. These are the backbones of the market. XLE, when you start to see energy put flow coming in, start to see continued selling in the banks, not good at all. Can't wait to see what Piton has to say during their ER. Maybe Piton will save the economy. Apple, June 17th, 140p, $1.7 million. Apple's at 155, still looking below an Apple to 150. Oh, just saw some Q's golden tickets come in, but here, let me put this in perspective, okay? April 14th, 375C for $1.2 million on the Q's, right? But mixed in that bag that just came in, you've got Apple puts, 140p for $2 million. You got Microsoft puts, January 28th, $1.3 million, 287.5. Watched come in Nvidia puts $1 million. June 17th, 180p, and January 28th, 210p. For 640 and 538, so 1.1 million, cool 1.1 million. So then I see these Goldens come in for Qs, and they just don't add up. They don't add up to the sum amount of the put flow coming into the rest of big tech. More QQ put flow coming in February 4th. I might just stop at this point from even letting you know about any calls coming in because they're being overwhelmed. Doesn't matter how they're rated right now. Watching more Q puts coming in February 4th, 330p, $500,000. Just kind of takes a giant shit on any kind of call hedging. Maybe that's just call hedging in case we snap back. Maybe that's what that Q's flow is, that Q's call flow. We tagged 420.94 on the SPY. Those SPY puts are now $1.65. Called those out earlier. Day traders stepping in, trying to pick up a snapback play. Hey, kitty. How are you? severe damage done to a lot of big tech today. More IWM puts coming in. February 18th, 185p for $500,000. XLF just rolling in on XLF. 36p. February 4th. Here, kitty. My cat doesn't like me. Well, it's my children's cat. He doesn't like me. He doesn't like anybody. But whenever he cries, it's because he's demanding food. They don't feed him like I do. I'll pull out a little bit of ham or something and throw it at him when nobody's looking. So he'll come find me and beg for food. XLF, February 4, 36p, relentless put flow. You know what I'm seeing some call flow in Nvidia for a bounce, some SPY call flow, but I'm telling you, like it's not worth it. You've got in the background, you've got XLF right now is a decent portion of the SPY. So even though you're seeing day traders step in, you're still seeing major counter flow in the opposite direction. Think of this like if you were a bull, turn your computer upside down, look the other way. Right? So now we've got more SPY puts coming in. February 18th, 408. 408. February 18th, $1 million. Is seeing XLF being knocked around in the background. Major components of SPY. Price target of SPY is Jesus. Just watched more SPY put flow come in. February 18th, 403, $3 million. So that's $4 million in total, looking for way lower prices on the SPY, looking for capitulation down to 400. We'll start scrolling our screen. I would not be day trading these snapbacks. You know, you can see this right here, right? This is the SPY just hanging around above here. These are massive sellers sitting just above waiting to take it down. Doesn't matter where it snaps up to. The target below is 400. That's where the target is. Looking for another break of 420 at this point. Yeah, and there was a lot of puts that came in this morning at market open down to 400. Have not seen less than 400 at this point today. Everything's concentrated right around 400. Now seeing 403. We saw a lot of 418, 410, and 408 now we're starting to see. Now it looks like the put wall is at 400, but dude, look at this. I mean, now you've got right, here we go. So I told you about the last two, right? Where I told you about SPY. Jesus. Sorry. Excuse me. Okay. February 18, 408p. $1 million. SPY. February 18th, 403p. $2.9 million. SPY, February 18th, 403p, $3.4 million. SPY, February 18th, 403, $4.1 million. SPY, February 18th, 403, P, $9.2 million. There you go. There's your 400. getting me wilding over here looking at this stuff come in. Have to be calm as I read them off. Looks like SoftBank is hard bank today. Utter devastation across the market. No other way to describe it at this point. Utter devastation. Definitely looking down at this point. I keep seeing these dip buyers step in, and I'm like, man, how do you buy this dip? How? ARC G calls coming in for $70,000. It's like you're taking $100,000, you're lighting it on fire. You know, I had I don't know if I should tell this story. I had a business partner once, and he used to like to burn money. And he was burning so much money that I think I took like a stack full of $100 bills, and I lit them on fire in front of him once. And he freaked out. And I said, this is what you're doing every single day right now. You're doing this right now every single day. You're just burning my money right now. Probably shouldn't admit to that, right? I think I was destroying government property. But I was trying to get a point across to my partner at the time, because I don't think that he could understand how bad we were hemorrhaging money. Isn't that crazy? So Santa's saying VIX is topping out. Maybe this is the bottom for today. XLF, February 4th, 36p. IWM, or that's for 100K. IWM, February 18th, 185p, $1 million. XLF, the put flow on XLF is just relentless right now. Relentless. We'll take a look at XLF. Maybe this is some revenge on the banks, huh? Any of you guys know that story? The banks used to have huge P's. Banks used to be up on a golden horse. They used to be traded to stupid high numbers. And after the 2007, 2008 crash, market participants said never again. Yeah, it sucks because the bookmap typically doesn't work too well on smaller ETFs. Thought I saw some support down below the 26 mark. A little bit of ice here at 35.20. I'm interested as to why there's so many puts on XLF right now. If this is just intended to pin the market, or if it's actually meant to drop XLF. For all that talk about wanting to, or that VIX is at a top, Tesla, January 20th, 2023, 670p, $3.2 million. UVXY, February 18th, 30C, $300,000. Qs, January 26th, 334p, $300,000. IWM, January 24th, 192p, $70,000. QQQ, January 26th, 334p, $600,000. IWM, January 24, 192p. My assumption on XLF is you're going to see the next stop at 36.47 and then down to 34.90. If it does break below that 34.90, you would see a huge move. Or let's say if it breaks like $35, if XLF breaks $35, you'd see a move down to like 28. Possibly as low as 26. On XLF. There are definitely market participants that are now trading to a market crash scenario. SPY January 24, 420p, $150,000. IBM, that's a big one. IBM February 4th, 115p, $200,000. Yeah, there are no green days that are going to save this market at this point. There are no green days that'll save this market. This will reverberate right down to Main Street. This has hedge funds, right? You've got money managers, small guys sitting on Main Street. They're more than likely getting phone calls, fielding phone calls from Main Street USA. You've got large players in pension funds more than likely having meetings across America today. I am sure that there is real panic out there across the United States. And we're seeing some weird put flow right now, too. These aren't big market participants. You don't want to see put flow in IBM. You don't want to see put flow on Target. We're seeing more put flow on Target right now. January 28th, 210p on Target. You don't want to see put flow in the Walmarts, the Cloroxes. You don't want to see put flow in IBMs. Let me check my trades. Market is now looking for, the market is now coming down to retest the lows again. Another market warning at this point for you. It looks like they're trying to target some important companies in the market at this point. There's also a play against XLF to drop SPY even further. Could see another capitulation moment at this time. Another do or die market, another do or die moment for the SPY this morning. You've seen a couple of those, right? Off the bell, we saw it. We saw it again this morning around 10:30 or so. Now they got Chanos on CNBC. Okay, I'm going to read you guys' comments. I haven't been paying a lot of attention. I'm trying to pay attention to my own trades. Watching more Piton puts come in. 425 low. I up huge on my puts. Thank you. Yeah, please like and support the channel. Yeah, RTY just failed under 1930. We'll look up RTY next. We are at another point. I can type it in RTO. I should type it in IWM. You know my price target on Tesla. I don't have to tell you guys again. It's 750. It moved up slightly to 760 this morning. If there is a break below Tesla at 850 here, your next target, though, is 800. Or I should, no, sorry, I have that wrong. Tesla had major support at 750. And that support moved up to the 800 mark this morning. All last week, the weeks before, 750 was the target. It does look like there is some convergence on Tesla. We'll look at Tesla again here in a minute. We want to see IWM. Emerson saying that it just broke through major support. Looks like that it did. You've now got resistance above on IWM at 192.62. Price targets below. We know it's 165, right? Look at all that clear blue sky here. 186, 185. Decent support at 182.72. There is a lot of put flow coming in on small caps right now too, at individual tickers. I haven't listed them all off. There's just so many of them. And financials, like across the board. Financials on individual tickers, financials on the ETF itself. We'll leave this up for you here. Look for resistance above on the SPY. We've been selling off right here and slightly above at 424.80. Could have a snapback to 427. Flat here. This is not healthy looking at IWM though. Major resistance here at 192.61. If there is a squeeze here on IWM, look for 195. But you can see these sellers are just hiding, just waiting to sell it down. Nothing about this looks bullish on IWM. And we'll look back on Tesla once more. Do I think we get to 800 on Tesla today? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It is worth noting, though, that support did move up from 750 to 800, I believe. We'll have to look again. I don't want to misquote myself. Okay. So here we go. SPY, April 14th, 450C, $1.2 million. That's another one that came in for April. And some day traders stepping in, trying to grab this run on the SPY currently. Some TQQQ calls coming in. Q calls coming in. Misfit calls coming in. Day traders stepping in force at this point. Come on, show me if you got that fill. Give me that fill. Watching some call flow in the Qs, call flow on MSFT, call flow on, this is the second set of call flow on RK, $400,000, 65C expiring February 4th. Note that RK play that we were talking about earlier. Making a, yes, good. Watching rapid fire SPY calls come in. Well, watching rapid fire calls come in on the SPY, QQQs, RK, Misfit, SPY, $1 million on January 26th, 424C. AMD calls coming in right now. Looks like some kind of a recovery play. We're going to look below on Tesla real quick. See if those buyers did move up from 750 to 800. 835, there's light support. Yeah, 800, they moved up from 750 to 800, it looks like. There was a big, giant red band down below here. They have moved up to the 800 mark. Looks like there's more. So of any time this morning, there's more money at this point from day traders than at any other point this morning. Dip buying. If you're going to look for the next spot to short here in the SPY, we'll look for where that rejection is. $424. Let's see where it is. Where's VWAP? 427.73. A little bit of ice above here at 424.80. There's a break above here. You could see a snapback to looks like where the VWAP is above 427.02. Maybe a price target to 427. My God, you guys making money out there today, right? Do you guys think you can safely take a nap right now? Yeah, I had some 428 calls that printed pretty fat. They were down to like $1.11 or something like that. They screamed up to like 140. It was like a 5-minute trade. There's a lot of money being made right now in this market. More SPY calls coming through. January 26th, 424C for $800,000. This should spring up. We should be able to tag 427 here. This is a nice intraday trade right here. This is the biggest flow that I've seen on the call side at this point. Get a little bit more granular here. There is a bid coming into the market. A little bit of a relief valve. Just broke above this light resistance right here, sitting on top of it now. Price target above. Get that VWAP sitting up here. VWAP and resistance at 427.71. You guys are making money out there, right? Hells yes. Good job, Josh. Good job, good job, good job. We'll see how long this goes on for. Remember this, 427.67 if you took this long. Yeah, it is legend, isn't it? Oh, you guys are tipping me? Hey, all right, hold on. Ready? Let me say something out there. So if you guys are saving your accounts, if you're making money, if you're becoming a better trader, if this stream is helping you out there, please consider supporting it. It's a free sub, but we do rely upon donations. In the description box, there is a tip jar. Please tip to keep the support going for this channel to stay alive. I hope this helps you guys out there trade better. Please leave a tip if you can. If you are a poor trader, please subscribe and like. Anything helps. We have a great Discord as well. There's a link to the Discord in the description below. You can join there. We have a website. This sub is meant to help people that are paying out. So, I know that there's a lot of subs out there that can cost you up to thousands of dollars. I know that you guys don't get actionable trading day in, day out. We try to be here for you to help you along in your trading journey, your investing journey. The Discord is very active with people that are plotting and planning as to where the market is heading. In my view, this is one of the best subs on the internet right now. Everybody is very positive, and they're trying to help each other. It doesn't matter if they're bulls or bears. They're just trying to protect their investments. They're trying to trade well to make money on both sides of the trade. So please give us a look down in the Discord. You'll see it down below. Also follow us on @CaptainsAlpha on Twitter. You have to request to follow us. If you are making money, woohoo! It's a good day. Discord link is not working. Can somebody check that? I'll check into that myself. I will check on that Discord link. Yeah, so when you're in puts, right, all you're doing is taking, you could take this nice, quick, short day trade on 0 dates, take it up here, look for some rejection and get out of it. There should be no reason anybody's not making money today. Little bit of rejection here. Expect a little bit of rejection. This is the 200 MA we're coming into right now, where you're seeing this little bump here on a daily chart. If you put up the 200 MA, this is the first time we've tested it today on a daily chart, simple moving average, 1 minute chart. We are testing right now the 200 SMA. There should be some rejection here at this point, even if we trade higher. I am seeing more flow come in, though. I'm watching more SPY flow come in, call side. QQQs, more flow coming in on IWM, Apple, SPY, also some UVXY calls coming in. So that's kind of a awkward penguin moment. We're still seeing UVXY calls come in. February 18th, 38C for $200,000. That's a cool million, or a cool $500,000 now on UVXY calls. That's going against the day trade of SPY active day traders taking this trade real quick. Might see a bounce down below here, and then another pump up to 427.79. If let's say we break above 426.83, you would see a run above to possibly even higher than this 427.79. You could see a run higher too. Let's take a look. You'd see a smash and bash down below, and then your next mark above would be, there's some pretty fierce resistance here. Be careful of this above here. Here's where the sneaky Pete's are hiding. You might want to just get out of your long day trade here. This looks very suspect to me. This is very dangerers right here. See this 427? There is a steady stream of sellers just hiding above. So that's just a quick day trade. I would recommend it. I would recommend getting back into your shorts once again up at this number. Up here at this 427. This is scary. Unless you see major banks cutting loose their short position at this moment, you're going to see a wrath of sellers coming in above. Be real careful up here. Doesn't look like there's a lot of sellers, but there actually are. They're just hiding. They're up here. They're not quite showing themselves, but they're sneaking around up here. There's major resistance here. Just another opportunity to go short, in my view. All right, SMH. Sierra Mike Hotel, March 18th, 250p. $1.2 million. Yowza. IWM, bears stepping back in February 18th. $500,000 on 185p. QQQs, more puts buying. February 7th, 330p for a cool $700,000. You just pick your poison. You guys can like offset your trades with 0-date calls whenever we see day traders stepping in, but then switch right back into the put flow. Nothing. Just want to be crystal clear for any of you out there listening right now. Nothing is bullish in this market right now. Nothing is bullish. It is only a breather for the next leg down. So need some short diamond-handed pump speech. Well, you're gonna get it. You probably get a push up here, but in reality, trade probably ended right back here, and you're gonna see just more bears piling in. Key is, well, I still see more SPY calls coming in. NVIDIA calls January 28th, 200C, $600,000. Ford calls 34 grand for the 28th, 20C. SPY calls coming in January 24th, 424C. And surprisingly, somebody's got some balls of steel out there. They've got January 24th, 430C for $63,000. I wonder why they spent 63 grand. But even with all that, I want you to know that you got to understand that all this is, right? Even though you got these ballsy day traders in here trying to trade this up real quick, it's just another moment for a bear to for a bear to step in, take his profit or her profit, and grab some more puts above to drive down to 420 and below. This is the reverse of a bull market right now. We are in bear country, bear town, and we are just looking for moments in the market to take the short trade, unless something changes. Bear cap is gay bear. Oh, I should have said that. Oopsie. Sorry about that. That wasn't meant to be derogatory. Yeah, I can look at Viacom real quick. I wanted to take a look at HUD too. There's a whole bunch of tickers I'm still interested in. I want to see them come down to where I want to buy them. It's like Viacom, HUD, all the shit stocks that I don't think are going away. So we'll look up Viacom. Maybe we'll look up HUD if we can. Watching some more call flow and IWM for that squeeze play. March 18th, 205C, $500,000. Qs, January 24th, 342C for $73,000. You know, in the reverse market, where we're in a bear market, this is where we go up, right? Middle of the afternoon, bears take a break, bulls have a little bit of playtime, and then we get right back into the selling again. But this up here, whew, this is ugly. I mean, look at that. Did anybody imagine we'd have a ceiling of 428 today? Yeah, I think HUD, we talked about it being at like 12 or 13 bucks, and the buyers slipped below last Friday to, I think, 11 something. So look at Viacom smashing above. SoFi calls coming in right now. People pumping SoFi. Let's look at Viacom. I do love the Viacom trade. Such a great trade. If I wasn't live trading with you guys, live streaming right now, like a whole bunch of my trading has gone away. If I wasn't live streaming you guys, I've been trading Viacom, Hood, all these tickers day in, day out right now. These are great freaking trades. Love the Viacom trade. Love the Hood trading. Love QCOM trading QCOM. So Viacom's at a nice little bottom. Let's look at Hood. Now call flow coming in on VZ and Verizon. Snap calls coming in. Look at this. All these day traders getting on the meme stocks. SoFi, right? Verizon. Snap calls coming in. January 20th. 55C for $130,000. Animals, gamblers, that's all they are. I think we'd switched down earlier. It was down to like $10 or something. Like these buyers down here are now much lower on Hood. We had nice support over here at $12 like a week and a half ago. Just kept moving lower and lower and lower. 1105 on Hood. You guys make a bunch of money now. You want to gamble it away? Let's see who subscribed today. Russell, thank you for subscribing. Gene, thank you for the tip. Epoch, thanks for subscribing. Robert, thanks for the tip. Maxim, thanks for subscribing. Neckme, thanks for subscribing. Dan, that was 17 hours ago. Thanks for the tip last night, Dan, if you're listening in this morning. 317 viewers. And I know it's higher because I know guys are watching me on incognito. I know people are watching me on VPNs because in my back end I can see 3,000 people watching, which is kind of wild. All right, here we go. This is not going to be good for the Tesla gang. Tesla. February 18th, 800p, $1.5 million. SPY, 126, 424C, $700,000. SPY, 126, 424C, $500,000. Mara, January 28th, 23C, $52,000. Those Tesla calls, not good to see. Or excuse me, those Tesla puts, not good to see. Is that just someone who's angry? Angry Tesla bear or something? Re-upping already. Looks a little bit too early to be re-upping. Let's look at this SPY trade right here and see if they can break through here. Your target above on SPY, if we break above this resistance here, this VWAP line at 425, 427.91. If there's a break above, you are going to be, I think it's the target's 430. Let's take a look. More NVIDIA calls. DIA calls, $1 million on DIA. February 18th, 335C for $1 million. NVIDIA, $1 million calls. January 28th, 200C. That's pretty brutal up here, right? You've got some resistance above here at 427.84. You've got some more resistance above here at 428.53. And then a whole bunch of ice above here. Whole bunch of resistance. So we'll see what happens here. See if we can break above, have a quick short squeeze. More SPY calls coming in currently. Let's see if there's some rejection here if we break above. Just relentless trading today. Hertz calls coming in. Oof. March 18th, 27.5C. NVIDIA, watching heavy NVIDIA call flow. High algo scores. 414, 250C, $500,000, and just restating the ones from before on NVIDIA, January 28th, 240C. This is, though, I got to warn you guys, go on, take your money and run around here, because if you don't break above here, it's just another trap for bulls. Just another trap for bulls in this vicinity here. Every time you do a move like this when we're bearish, you have to start thinking in an opposite brain set, okay? Watching some bears step back in with more puts. January 28th, 330p for $300,000. Yeah, I'm being watched by a lot of people out there that aren't telling me who they are. I don't know who it is. I don't know why they're doing it. They don't ever talk inside of the chat. Whatever that is, hi to you out there. And I know who the supporters are of the channel. Very, very tight group. Microsoft, January 28th, 295C, $500,000. Smashing and bashing on the SPY currently. Trying to break through and get this short squeeze going here. If you get this short squeeze going, it should be clear skies to 430. Yeah, you open up YouTube, you can chat inside the YouTube chat box. Down in the description, talks about the Discord, talks about the website, talks about the Twitter handle. We do live streams at nighttime. We do them in the morning. We do them all day long. We try to trade this market together as a group. Hell no, I'm not getting famous. But I kid you not, though. We're gonna tune this up. We're gonna get some guests on the show. We're going to do all kinds of fun stuff as time moves forward. I don't know what subscription you guys are paying for out there that does this all day long, though. You show me the sub, because I'll pay for it. First time today, day traders have stepped into this market. We are meeting some firm resistance above at 427.80. Sellers will step in here, come creeping down, right? They'll start to pour down here. If you want to take profit here, and then what you do is you wait till we break above 428.17, pick it back up again to go to 430. Otherwise, expect a little bit of rejection, even though there's lots of call flow coming in currently at this moment. And there's a lot of NVIDIA call flow coming in, misfit. You still want to let the banks do the work, right? We always talk about this, right? We trade from zone to zone. We get up here. You want to wait for this break above, re-enter your trade, and then take it higher. Otherwise, they suck all your money out of your zero-day calls. Uber calls coming in January 28th, 35C for $88,000. Uber. Oh, I'm getting hiccups. SPY smashing and batting here. Looking to smash right through. We'll take a look at it. We'll get up real nice and close on this zone right here. Nice amount of buyers here. Let's get a little bit more granular. 42788. This is the no touchy zone. And then above here, 428.09. Some more sellers here, but you break through this right here. This is going to be big. So we'll just stay right here with this. Watch the volume right now. Remember this volume, because this volume we had on Friday too. Looking to smash above right now. 428. 428.11. More SPY calls coming in. January 24th, 430C. See these smart traders, they take the run up, get out, jump back in for the next leg up. BAC, January 20th, 60C, $100,000. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Yeah, they do ram it right through these levels. They will run it up to 430. Just another opportunity to take short, though. Look at that beautiful screener right here. This is amazing. Just smashing and bashing here. Well, you know, this is the same conversation that we had last week, right? Where we talked about spot gamma not having the lower levels, right? We said that, right? Last week. Remember, we talked about this on Friday. We talked about it on Monday or on Sunday. You know, the specter is out there. Well, I think we're talking about the specter of the Fed going higher, but you know, the market is in a bearish stance. The put side has been expanded downward yet again down to 400. That's now where the put wall was. The put wall before was at like 428 or so. Then it went to 418 last Friday, which allows us to trade down to 428 and deeper if more puts came in, which they did today. But also more hedging came in today on the put side. And that hedging is down now at 400. So the target, unless we see an overwhelming flow, is now 400. We're not 400, probably down to 408 or so, 406. But even with these relief rallies, you're just going to wait for your next opportunity, if you get it, to take short once more. If you aren't timing your shorts properly or your puts properly, all you do is grab some put spreads, and they do end up printing. They deal a lot better with the ups and down movements, the violent movements, but we're not in a bullish context right now. So all this is right now, right, is a move high. We're making a move higher right now. This is a short covering squeeze. This isn't a Vanna rally, and they're usually short-lived, right? So you've got a supply right now of sellers up here at 430. Your next target above would be 432.57. And you're going to look to re-enter short again, down to 400, believe it or not. Somewhere in this area, we just slammed up here at 429. We know that there's resistance above at 430. We know there's resistance above at 433. You pick your risk when you want to get short yet again. Now, let's say you get short right here and we start trading even higher, right? You're going to be looking for massive call volume, not put hedges, but, you know, $1 million here, $1 million there, $20 million here, $30 million here for us to get bullish again. Until that happens, though, all this is a relief rally. None of this here is, hey, let's take the market long. None of this. Absolutely none of this is long. Now, next sell wall on the SPY is roughly 430. It's hidden right now. Looks like they're stepping down into this 428 area. You've got 433 above, depending on where you want to, how much risk you want to put on to take short. We can look above 428 though. We'll see if there's anything else. Yeah, 444, 435, 433. We're at 429. Next step above, if we break through here, is going to be 433, 432.89. Watching more Q's calls, more SPY calls. Q's, 300 grand. 350C, 131, January 31st. Watch some big SPY calls coming in. March 18th, 435C for $2 million. RK. Now we're racking up the RK calls. January 28th, 72C for $500,000. It is logical watching RK hit a bottom at 65C. Price target above on the SPY is 432.88. Now watching some bears step in, and you'll see this. You're going to see this between, what you'll start to see the rhythm, right? You'll start to see at some point bears stepping in with bigger and bigger money as we get closer to that 433 level. Anywhere from this 429, 430 to the 433 level, you'll see a stepping up of put trades. You're seeing more hedging come in on IWM. Okay, February 18th, 185p, $4.1 million. February 18th, 185p, $4.1 million. Now, if you're like, hey, I don't want to get ground up in that trade, just take yourself some put spreads, put on the 185s. You can make them even 190p, right? Expire them on February 18th, and you wait till we trade back down again, take your money and run. Another set of IWM puts coming in, this time for $2.9 million. So now you've got $7 million on February 18th, 185p. As a matter of fact, I might take that trade myself. Watching more bears step back in. MRK, February 18th, 80p. SPY, January 26th, 424p for $300,000. IWM, another $500,000 in IWM, February 18th, 185p. NVIDIA, $327,000, January 28th, 220p. Here's a good one for you. GTLB, April 14th, 60p, $1.1 million. 60p on GTLB. Piton, January 28th, $91,000 on 28p. Oh yeah, Piton is just asking for more puts, isn't it? Piton is just asking for more puts. Without a doubt. Piton's going to roll into ER and be like, I'm fine. Everything is great. More puts on NVIDIA. January 28th, 220p, $300,000. Oxy puts. January 28th, 32p for 100 grand. QQQ's golden ticket puts. January 26th, golden ticket. January 26th, 336p, $1.1 million. And that's how fast it happens. Oh, I would have cashed out of your SPY calls at this point. Piton pre-guided last week. I do like that RK trade, though. More RK calls coming in. January 28th, 73C for $269,000. Let's look at RK. I want to look at RK real quick. There was probably a nice bounce off RK. We talked about that earlier in the stream. 65C was the price target. And we've been talking about 65C for how long now? 3 weeks? 4 weeks? Ricocheted off 64.99. Ricocheted. Went from 64.99, tapped 70. AMC calls, CCL calls, TQQ calls, Piton calls, bunch of IWM shit. SBGI, February 18th, 28C, $300,000. Just when you think that everything is bullish, and there it goes. Now, if you wanted to grab another set of calls, if you think we're going to get a bounce here, you're looking for 22. I don't know if you're going to get that. I don't think you're going to get a bounce there. We'll look a little bit deeper here. Some nice ice here. Where's 420? Hang tight here. Look for a bounce off. Let's see here. Yeah, this looks like sideways trading to me. That's what it looks like. All right, so I'm going to take a break with you right now. This looks like sideways trading to me at this point. Like we're going to trade sideways, possibly down into close. This is kind of no man's land in here. I guess some of you would say that this is going to be some form of building support for a trade higher to 433. I want to take another short here. I think I'm going to wait for 433. I'm kind of greedy. If we can trade up to 433, I'd be happy to take that short. I was going to put some put spreads on right here at 426. So I think I'm going to wait for 433 and then take it down again. So I want to see how this pans out right here. and see if I can take this short. 433 is where I want to get short at, and just let this kind of grind itself out right here. I'll leave this up. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will come back. I'm going to get some lunch. It's 1:29 in the afternoon. I'm sure that everybody's going to take their winnings. I'll meet back here with you at I'm going to leave the stream on, of course, but I'll be back here with you to talk to you between, I want to say 2:30 and 3 p.m. for the close. Looks like things are calming down slightly at the moment. Yeah, if you are losing money, right, in this trade, let's say you didn't lock in your gains. If you start to see a bounce, right, you can always enter into a long trade to try to kind of offset those gains. And then the other thing that I do is I try to watch my gains through the course of a day, and you'll see them pulsate. You can kind of catch the flow of the options chain that way, when to take your winnings and run. And the last point that we usually make in this channel is every time we come to a support or even a resistance level, just like this one we just did, it's always better to just take your money, let the banks do the work for you and take it higher, or let the banks reject it and then take it lower. So even right now, let's just look at the market, okay, as a group. So we're sitting here in 427, right? And below we've got 420. Above we've got I think it was 432, 433. It's a little bit better at it here. You just snap some lines in your chart. 432.65, 420 down below. That we're in the middle right now, right? We came up to this middle right here, right? So you're either looking for some kind of a rejection here eventually, right? Or you're going to be looking for a break above and then a move higher here. So you want to pick it up after the move begins. You want all of this noise in here to allow the banks to do this noise. If you're on your options chain too, let's say you took this long and you start to see your longs pull back in value, pull the plug on them, and then wait to get back in. Also a thing to consider, if you're trading 0 dates, 1 dates, even 3 days and weeklies, when you're first taking your first trades of the day, look at the original cost of those trades. Let's say your trade costs $1 on the low end, and then it trades up to $2 or $3. It's probably gonna pull back to like 80 cents at that point, right? And then it'll make another run. Not always, but it's a good measure bar. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna take a break and I'll come back. We'll do another trade together. And what did those puts come out to this morning, right? They started out at like 60 cents this morning. All right, I'll be back. Give me a break. I need to take a break. Gotta go potty. Yeah, it's been a good morning. It was good trading today. This is always good trading. See, I don't even know if I can go away for lunch. I might have to take some more piton puts. Shopify bounced ricocheted off 780 with a ricochet. Went all the way down to 780 and just traded up to 465. Oof. Shopify was like, hell no, you're not selling this market yet. Hell no, you're not selling this market yet. Shopify on the edge this morning of breaking the market. Wild. Wild. Can't believe Shopify was down to 780. Unreal. Shopify traded as low as their high of May 2020. Damn. Just wild. Unreal. Insane. Oh, here we go in SPY. Here comes the SPY, baby. Comes the SPY. SPY's getting frisky. SPY's like, hell no, we're staying up here. We're trading higher. We're going to put that, show you that resistance above. Oh, yeah, look at it, boys. It's right there. Just teasing you. Take me long, daddy. Take me home to 432.80. Is this where we take a short? I think I told you I want to be short above, right? 432.70 or so. I'm greedy, though. Sometimes I miss my shorts. I don't always grab them. Sometimes I'm lucky and sometimes I'm not. I don't want to short this here. I want to short this right around 432, 433. One note, too, as well, is if we don't break above 42 or 43.84, it is uber bearish once again for today. NVIDIA seems like it keeps pumping from here. Just saw a bunch of calls come in on NVIDIA. April 14th, 250C, $600,000. Apple calls January 28th, $337,000 in calls. SPY just devastated today. Devastated. Yeah, I muted myself. I'm taking a quick lunch, so I'm just having something to drink here. I drank all my coffee, so my kids have a can of Coke, so I snuck a can of Coke from them. But I unmuted just now. I was trying to figure out if we're going to squeeze higher to this 433. I want to take another short above here, somewhere up in here. We can grind past these sellers right here and look for a short somewhere up here, 433, 432. It's also significant if we don't break above, that we don't make a daily high. There is some concern heading into Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll trade sideways. I haven't looked yet, but I was going to look at into if we can trade up to this, like close to this 432, 433. I might take a condor into Wednesday. Just some more SPY here. I'll bring up the. Let me hide. Oh, hold on a second. Got too much shit on screen here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so am I back here? Yeah, that's really weird. My camera's still fucking up. Like, I don't know why my camera is not doing it. Whatever. So my camera's off again. Every time I move my camera or pause it, it freezes. Doesn't matter how I reset it. It has to do with Streamlabs. I have to switch over from Streamlabs OBS to OBS Studio, I think. Okay, so what we're looking at right here is we should trade up to this 433 level. And it's another opportunity to take short again. Somewhere up in here. Even where we are right now, anything in here is pretty good. My thoughts, though, would be that if I can grab a condor or a butterfly up here, some kind of a fly that I can hold through into Wednesday would be kind of nice. There is still, you got to remember too, right? You've got bulls that are just waiting. Any bull right now that hasn't sold or didn't take part in the relentless selling this morning, they're going to look for a place to sell. They're hoping they can get out anywhere above here, 433. Remember that. You still have investors out there that are long this market. Lots of SPY calls coming in right now, targeting that 433 level, just as a heads up. Looks like they're a little bit late to the party. SPY calls coming in 430 C's, about $1 million worth. Some 434 calls coming in right now in the SPY. Interesting. Some SPY or QQQ's calls coming in right now as well. Maybe we get up to 434. We can look higher and see if we can take it there. Some bulls want to see this above here, this 435 number. I don't know if we see this today. That's getting a little tasty, a little salty. I don't know if that's going to happen, but people are betting on it. That's going to happen. This looks more reasonable and rational here, somewhere around between 430 and 433, 432. I think we talked about this earlier. The VWAP's down below again at 427.57. But I guess there's a bunch of questions, right? The questions are, I was thinking about this butterfly because it'd be nice to trade a fly into Wednesday, close it out, and then take the opposite side of the trade on the Fed meeting. And I want to place a trade down to for, I don't know if it's 408, I think, for February 18th. I can pick up a put for the 18th of February. That'd be a nice trade. 300 points down from 433 to the 408 level would be a nice trade as well. But I'm getting kind of greedy here, which I shouldn't be. So I'm going to look right now before we go anywhere else in the market. Because let's have a look. February 18th. Let's see if they're still in these plays. It's wild too because it's like the puts right now on February 18th. Looks like they're gone. The ones that were here, they were here, and looks like they got closed out. I don't know if they were just trading them down to the 20. There's a high concentration of puts now at February 18th, 430p, which is right where we're at. They're expensive. They're $13.36. Very expensive for puts. But they did really, it looks like they did pull off some of these puts that were down at the 400. I'm gonna have to look into March. Look a little bit deeper. I'm scrolling through, and it looks like some of these 408s were taken for profit. Trying to look into March now. Yeah, still a big block of puts on 405 for March 18th. Those are $10 10 and some change for those puts. I like that March 18th 405p put spread. Kind of a nice put spread. Still a lot of UVXY calls coming in side by side with SPY calls. We'll get this a little bit closer here. See if we can trade up to this 432. I'm gonna wait until we can get up here to put some more puts on. Somewhere up here in this 432.74. If we can trade that high. I don't know that we trade higher into this 434. There is some call structure coming in for us to trade here, but I'd feel confident and comfortable with my next set. And again, if you're going to be bullish here, the VWAP is 42764. Viacom is cranking. Amazon is cranking. Hood's cranking. Shopify is just killing it right now. Yeah, price target. With all the calls that are coming in right now, look for a price target in the SPY. It's starting to get higher, 434 possibly. You can see the sellers kind of going higher here from this fourth. You can see it firming up even higher now, 434.72. Bulls are stepping in across the board. Lots of bulls stepping in Qs, SPY, Viacom, NVIDIA, RK, UAL, all the airlines. Nice bounce in the airlines. Shopify with a beautiful trade. Forward calls coming in now. Watching some dark pool coming in on Tesla, $1.6 billion at 886.42. We'll look at Tesla real quick. See if there's a ceiling on Tesla or not. A lot of dark pool buying on Tesla. Come back to Tesla in a moment. See if SPY can break through this level here. End up taking profit on your longs here at some point, and then look to pick up longs again above 430, 307. Looks like the sellers are at 432.91. 432, maybe slightly lower. 432, yeah, 432.91. So have another dollar to go. I'm on another dollar, another 80 cents, 60 cents. Then we'll pick it up back up again to 430. 4 or 5 or so. And then on Tesla, we'll take a look at Tesla. See if it can trade higher. Again, there's still nothing bullish about this market today. There is no bear trap. Oh, wait a minute. Not sufficient. Oh, it's and look, I have to reset my. Yeah, 8 gigabytes. I know. Or please restart bookmap to apply. This is hilarious. So this is pretty good for Tesla to be seeing right here, okay? I want you guys to see Tesla right here. There is no real resistance here. Very light resistance on Tesla. You're looking for 950 as a target above on Tesla. This is nice to see right here. Even at this 906, there's sellers here, but it's not as many as you would expect. You get the VWAP down below here at 893. So this would be a nice trade above to 950 on Tesla. A lot more Qs calls coming in at the moment as well. Nice trade at 950. All the supports down below here at 852 on Tesla. So there's a long way to fall. I mean, that's one thing to consider, right? You drop 50 points on Tesla and you're kind of screwed. But that's a nice trade. I like this trade a lot. You saw the SPY smash above here, right? Right up here to this 432.92 level. Smashed above, bounced below. Not unexpected with bookmap. Almost to the tick. On bookmap. Nice rejection point here on the SPY. I don't know why anyone can be bearish when WSM can go up $11 in one day. You know, it's wild because I'm watching Piton overnight and or this morning. So what I do is I slept in this morning and I'm like, everything will be fine, right? And then I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck is going on out there? And I look across the entire board. And what do I fucking see? Piton is the only fucking ticker in the entire stock market green. So someone just stepped in with some SPY puts. They stepped in with January 24th, 430p, $391,000. There's still flow coming in for the bulls. I think there is. You see these sellers here too above. They've now come down, right? So these sellers moved straight down to this moment, and now they're going to have their way with the SPY for a little bit. I did see some comments somewhere else that this could be a bear trap. This is in no way a bear trap. I don't know how many years. This isn't any of you guys here. I'm looking at another screener here inside of a trading room. Not our trading room. This is no bear. This is no bear trap. In no way, shape, or form. There's nothing but damage done to this market. And not only is there damage done to the market, but I'm sure that we continue to sell down at some point again, right? This market is not done selling down. And see these sellers snuck down from 435 right here. They swooped down to this 432 level. Let's look above once more, see where the sellers are above that area. I thought it was 444. Yep. 443.66. And see this break right here where they stepped right down from 435. Do have more buyers than sellers. This hero indicator, I think, is from Friday. I think I have to dump all of my cumulative information on Bookmap at some point. Look for a bounce down at, I think it was, what is that, 427.83? Take another stab at it. See if they can break on through. See if they can break up to 435 here. See if we can smash and grab it, take it up to 435. Seeing lots more calls coming in. TQQs to February 4th, 57.5 for $250,000. IWM January 24th, 195C, 200,000. MU calls February 18th, 87.5. SPY calls January 24th, 432C. Lots more SPY calls coming in. Almost $1 million worth of SPY calls. January 24th, 430C. January 24th, 435C. Starting to see higher call structure come in. Big buyers stepping in right now. You see these big green balls on the SPY feed right here. Big green giant bars trying to take it to 435. Just watched IWM February 18th, 189p, $2 million. IWM February 18th, 189p, $2 million. Piton is this year's GME. Yeah, you know what I think it is I think that it is, Jesus Christ. Okay, so that first set of IWM puts came in for $2 million. Now just watched another February 18th, 185 put come in for $1 million. That's $3 million. And then just watched another one from a day trader come in February 18th, 185p for $212,000. Yeah, this is definitely a dead cat bounce, no matter what you think. I don't care what you think. I know it's a dead cat bounce. Yeah, so XBI just saw some more calls come in. XBI has been having calls come in all morning. I haven't been talking about them because I think it's too dangerous. $3.2 million on IWM puts just came in. 189p, February 18th. That's like $10 million. Is that 10 million? I don't know. It's like $6 or $8 million. There's 10 million right now. We just hit 10 million. $10 million all day long, February 18th, 185p on IWM. So anybody telling you this is a fucking bull or a bear trap, kind of that fucking nonsense. Here we go again. Yeah, those are at the bid. Those puts are at the bid, not the ask. These aren't like your. These aren't anything I list out to you guys right now. None of this is raw flow. All this is buy at the ask. Excuse me, at the ask, not the bid. Excuse me. These are all at the ask. None of this flow is at the bid. This is all at the ask. I'm misspeaking right now. Another $1.3 million on IWM puts at the ask. February 18th, 189p. Here we go. Ready? SPY, February 18th, 430p, $2 million. And they are at the ask. And there we go again. Yeehaw. Yeah, no way, shape, or form are we in a bear trap, anything like that. Nothing bullish about this market. Nothing bullish about the damage that was done to this market in the course of the past month. And I would warn you, matter of fact, I'll try, I don't know if I can't, at the end of the day today, remind me, and I'll show you relative the move that was made this past month to previous moments in history. And sometimes there's a nice little pull up. You could see like a nice little snapback trade, but the following trade that comes after it is typically huge. 15, 20, 30% move down. I can't call that quite yet. I need to do some research today and make sure I got this right. But I did this before this past weekend, and it showed something like that happening. So there should be a move higher, but at the same time, there should be a giant move down at some point. Another giant move down. Yeah, so there's an answer to the bulls saying, no, you're not getting to 435. You're lucky that you got to 432.84. So this is straight like $10-20 million just telling you GTFO. Talk about how is shop green right now. Well, so you guys, we've been talking about shop since last week's shop. You want to be watching like Apple's got a lot of traffic in it, has a lot of ice, has a lot of levels to it. It's gonna take a lot to trade Apple down, but you look at some of these companies, you look like Shopify, you look at Amazon. You really want to be watching those companies. as we trade down to lower support levels, because they'll be the tell that the market is going to crash. So it's not like, hey, we're saying, yeah, the market's going to crash, but if it's going to crash, you want to be watching those companies. You want to be watching not so much the Apples. You want to be watching like the Shopifys. You want to be watching the Amazons. Because if they're buying it, like today watching Shopify get bought down at 780 means that banks are still interested in the market. It still says we have a bottom to this market. If you see them, if they cut loose a Shopify or if they cut loose an Amazon, then you know that some guy big up high or some woman up high is saying, no, pull the plug on the entire market. And it's a little bit clearer to see that in companies like Shopify. A little bit easier to see the moves that can be made. And you know, another thing too is, you know, so Shopify is traded back to May of 2020 today. So if they trade back to March, let's say of 2020, put us right around 400, right? So you were kind of looking for all those telltales, like telltales on a ship, right? If you're sailing a boat, they have these little cloth pieces, strips that hang off a sail, and you got the wind coming from one way, but you're really looking to see up higher where the wind actually is, and the telltales will tell you if you have enough loft in your sails and if you're heading in the right direction or not. And so we use tickers like Shopify for that. So SPY just got pimp slapped down. That is an indicator that we are not bullish, right? By that flow that came in. It's my tell because because the banks like to hide money in certain tickers, and they don't really worry too much about them. Like if you go into like Amazon, right? Let's look at an Apple real quick. We'll do this quickly. I want to show you guys this. So here, okay, let's look at Apple real quick. Let me show you the difference. I thought I was showing this earlier, but you know, the internet connects all of us, right? Everybody wants to trade Apple. Everybody wants to trade Tesla. Everybody wants to trade certain tickers, right? And so it's kind of hard to see in an Apple, is this a bottom in Apple? Is this a top in Apple? Because everyone's buying Apple constantly. Everybody. When you look at an Apple, you'll see multiple layers of ice, right? You'll see all this color here? See, these are dark right here. These are lighter colored. And so we're going to look at Apple real quick and I'll show you. It's a little bit more deceitful when you're trying to track an Apple versus a ticker that the banks trade. So you see all this traffic in here with Apple? It's kind of messy. You see these light areas here, and light areas here, and light areas here. All this stuff's called ice, right? And there's less of it today than there has been in the past. It's not a good day to be looking at Apple, but generally speaking, when you're looking at Apple or a retail favorite ticker, you got like some old man Jones at home and he's telling his wife that he owns Apple and his buddies that he owns Apple. You see all this white area here, yellow area here, all this kind of nonsense here, right? These are all buyers, sellers, and there's just tons of them. So it can be difficult to see what this means in context to the overall health of the market. But when you look at a company like Shopify, now this is a place that the banks hide out in, right? They hide out in Shopify, where retail doesn't trade it that frequently. Amazon, to an extent, is like that as well. Some retail trades Amazon, but not as many as you think. So when you look at a Shopify, you're going to notice a lot of black area in here, not a lot of white and blue areas, not a lot of yellow areas. You're going to see that it's not traded a ton. It's very light trading in Shopify. These are mostly banks that are trading Shopify. So it gives a little bit better idea as to the general health of the market. And you see how this is so lightly traded? You just don't see retail trading this. So this gives a little bit of a clearer picture as to what big holders are doing in this market. And so let's look at Shopify real quick, because it's important. So let's take a look below Shopify. See all this dark space down here, right? Shopify can make big moves in the market selling. There's not a whole hell of a lot of support in here. See how dark it is? But you will see the banks kick in at certain levels. You know, it's very clean, right? 800, 780. So if you see a break below this area down here, you start to say, where's the next stop, right? And the next stop is 750. You see the difference in color too? This is like a light yellow. This is a darker red. This is serious red. This is, hey, we're down here to buy this dip at all times. And so you want to say, well, if Shopify falls to 750, where does that take us on the SPY? Then you do a mathematical calculation, figure how much it weighs into the SPY and into the Qs. You start to look below here at 700. Not as much support down here, right? 750, a ton of support, but not so much. So they're betting on us not going any deeper than 750 on Shopify. Now, if we had a sell the market moment or come to daddy moment or something like that, where are they really gonna buy it? You know, you can start to see it down here, 685. This just kicked in today too. So there's some concern. There's someone out there, there's some banker that said, yeah, we could sell this market down to 685. I'm going to put a bid in just in case we drop down here. Maybe a bit lucky. And so I use Shopify as one of those bellwethers, one of those telltales for the market. Find out where they're willing to get long in Shopify, where they think we could possibly fall. And that's 625. That's a scary one too. Knowing that there's a bank sitting there ready to buy that dip. 625, 685. It's pretty low. Do I think we get down there? Probably not. Probably get down to this 685 at the worst. And it looks like even today someone said that. They said, there's a chance we sell down to 685 into February, March. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. But it is, you know, these are telltale signs. These are things that you're looking for while the market is selling to give you a clear insight into. It's one more tool, you know, your big, huge toolbox that I'm tracking to see how unhealthy the market is. I was watching REITs earlier today, watching energy earlier today. You want to see, like, do they start selling off? Are they holding up while we're selling down? Financials, all those are important to be watching when we're making these big moves down. Because you probably see, not probably, you can see in the background if they're selling the market down, if they're going to crash the market. You'll see it in bonds too. You'll see it in gold, metals. You'll see metals start crashing. Start to see, like, instead of a divergence in CLT and tech, you'll see both start crashing at the same time. There's a bunch of different shit you can look at. See how bad it is in the background. Watching more puts come in. Jets, SPY. $1 million puts on Apple right now. February 18th, 160p. And you know what this is telling you, right? Everybody's gunning for February 18th. The RTY is flat on the day. So the market is definitely pinned, I can tell you that. And it's pinned with the implication that we trade down into February. My price target's going to be about 400 right now, 408, I think. I don't know, though, if it happens in February. It might take longer, into March, maybe. So are we flat right now? So what we'll end up doing is we'll end up watching the rest of the day today. I let this load up. I think I've got like a week and a half or 2 weeks that says that I've got 8 gigs of information that I got to load up into this program right now. I think I have to dump Bookmap today and reload it fresh for tomorrow. Yeah, cross assay correlations approaching 1 is a big telltale sign. Emerson, there was just a heads up, Emerson, that a whole slew of IWM hedging came in right at the top there on that bounce at the top on IWM. For if you're still listening, Emerson, it was February 18th, 189p. Looks like. Yeah, roughly that 189p, February 18th. Have not seen any calls that are outside of a day trade on the market. Saw Bruno, I shouldn't say that. I saw some calls on the SPY of note that were dated. Where did I see those? Some decent size on some SPY calls, but they were far dated, but it looked like they were still day trades. If that makes any sense. Like I see like February 18th, 350C for $1 million on Qs. I don't know if that's just hedging though. This is all looking inverse to me. So like all this flow that's in the market right now, all of it, like even the way it's acting, it's all inverse of a normal bull market. So nothing is saying, so if you're a bull, I mean, I know that most of us are trained to be bulls. So if you're looking at all of the way that it's trading, the way everything is happening here, it's just inverse. Like this middle of the afternoon, this is what you typically see, this inverse where we'd trade down slightly through the middle of the afternoon and we'd trade up into the close. And, and then you get your nice rip in the morning. This all looks like just the inverse of the bull market, right? I mean, there are outlier events in this, but generally speaking, even the flow, the rejections are just like hard supports when we're on our way up. We're getting hard rejections. Like we just snapped back real quick to 432, 435, but this is a hard resistance right now. This is proving to be a hard resistance. This would be like a hard support if we were heading up, where you're bouncing off it and they're waiting for more buyers to step in if we were heading up. This is just waiting for more sellers to step in so we can make another run lower. You can intraday trade it because there's more money in the call side, believe it or not, than the put side. It's another discussion for another time. But at the same time, you're just waiting for more and more puts to show up. And they are right now. Have 2 minutes to go. SPY puts came in February 18th, 408, $2.9 million in puts on the SPY. At 2:30, SPY puts came in 218, 408, $710,000. So no matter where we are right here, this is just if you turn your monitor upside down. This is just like a bull run But the inverse, you're going to bounce up here. You got bears stepping back in to take this lower. Ultimately, the price target below is 408. 408. Yeah. Yeah, and there's now hedging coming into SPY. So I just want you to know that yeah, everything is being liquidated. They're going to get more expensive too. You're going to see puts get way, way more expensive. So if you're lucky, hopefully we'll trade up to this 435 or near it again. It's 434 or so. If we can trade up here one more time, grab yourself some puts, strap in. If you can't afford puts because you're a poor trader, you can always buy put spreads. It's actually I have plenty of money to trade, and I like trading put spreads. It leaves the erratic movements of the market out of the way, and when you get a nice big giant swing down, you can close them out and make some money. They're safer. They don't pay as well sometimes, but they still pay very well. Exactly, upward pullbacks. But we are, in no way, shape, or form are we bullish. Can I enter multiple lines on YouTube chat? I don't know. A lot of the trades, if any of you guys are looking to how to make trades, a lot of the trades that I'll take is, so especially right now, past few weeks, what I'll do is I'll take a put spread, right? So here's a prime example for some of you guys out there learning. You can take a put spread, right? Take it anywhere from a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks out, and then you supplement with cheap calls on the opposite side of that trade in case we do have a trade higher, that those will print for you. It's kind of a straddle. But even right here where we are, you can put a put spread on into February 18th, and then each day, if you find a low, you buy some some cheap 10-cent calls or whatever. And if it trades higher, you get paid. If it doesn't, you're losing 10 cents on that trade. You know, let's say you're taking a trade that costs you $1. Just as an example, you take a put trade that costs you $1. And then just as some insurance in the background, you spend another 10 cents. So if let's say you take a put spread, costs you $1. Let's say you spend, I don't know, 10 grand in that trade, right? Let's just say you spend $10 on that trade, then spend another 10 cents on a long call outside the money, 10-cent calls, right? 0 dates, 1 dates, 3 dates. And if the market goes up, you paid for your put spread. If the market goes down, you lose the 10 cents, but you still make whatever that spread would have paid you. I don't know if that makes sense. And if it had gone up, you'd make stupid money on those 10-cent calls, and more than likely it would come back down to print your put spread again. So they usually end up printing one way or another. They're almost a free trade. Not quite, but close to a free trade. So it doesn't really matter which way the market moves. You'll print either way. And you can just mathematically calculate it on paper and figure out what that move or how that trade pays. No, I need to do it. So what I did was, you know what I have to do is I just keep forgetting. So my wife has an account. I had my wife make an account on whatever the fuck that program is, on options.ai. So I need to just move some money over to it. I need to move some money over to it so that I can trade an account with an account specifically for just you guys. I need to keep it separate. And the one problem with that company is that I can't have multiple accounts on one. I can only have like one account. So I had to ask my wife to make an account. I just need to transfer some money and just haven't done it, to be honest with you. For no other reason, I just haven't done it. I got to do spreads videos with you guys. Watching more puts come in right now. Baidu puts, February 18th, 125p. SPY puts, 124, 428p. PFE puts, $99,000 on January 28th, 47p. S-Bucks, February 18th, 95p for $300,000. We are trading down currently. Back to looking for another test below at 420.52. 420.69. Look at that. 420.69. We are, though, about to bounce off of, just as a note, that on the intraday charts, we might bounce here at 426.88. And if we do break below 426.53, a little bit closer here. Yeah, right in here, right? We break below this level right here. Expect some deep selling down to 420. Right in here. See this right here? Saying it's 420. It might be 426.27. If we break through this area right here, you should see some nice deep selling into the close. Yeah, 420.69, baby. More SPY puts coming in February 11th, 400p. Ouch. February 11th, 400p. $300,000 on the SPY. God dang. That's a gangster move right there. Absolutely no fair. MKC, 90p, September 16th, $280,000. Full market liquidation is on the table, boys. I'm making great money, your ex-boyfriend. I've made money on the down moves and the up moves, bro. I feel kind of filthy today. The Russians never leave. Yeah, man, 400p. No joking around. I was thinking about putting on some fly, but every time I see this stuff coming in, man, I'd really like to get a butterfly up here at the bell, like 4:35, and just have it kind of trail off slowly into FOMC on Wednesday, sell the fly, and then maybe take a long. Have it just trade down over 2 days straight. Just pay attention to you guys for the rest of the week. I don't know. Oh, here we go. SPY. February 4th, 423p, $1.1 million. Lucid, January 28th, 40p, $400,000. Whew. Just relentless. Do I think gold will go up? You know, the problem with the metals, I like metals. I just don't like the grip that the banks have on them. It kind of pisses me off. Man, this looks like we're going to trade down. I might have to get into some puts for right now. I don't even think I can wait. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I can see that. 420. Or 124. I'd like to see one more rip and then a sell off in the close. I'll bite. I might lose some money in this trade, but I'll still bite on it. See if I can get into this trade. Come on. Probably not the best place to be taking this trade. So I'm looking to enter into 420p expiring today. There's a ton of interest on it. My thought process on it is that they'll move it to 420 for the close, but I could be dead wrong in this trade. It's very risky. But 420 for the bell. There's a lot of SPY puts coming in right now with weight. No, I don't think that we rip into the close. I think we sell down into the close. I'm talking about a quick rip and then a sell down into the close. But there's a lot of SPY puts coming in right now currently. You already had that one rip back here at 2 o'clock. But we are getting close to the 3 o'clock hour. There's still a lot of people in on the 420 trade into the close. So I think it's going to act like a magnet into the close. GE has some puts coming in. January 28th, 88p. S-Bucks. Ready? SBUX. February 18th, 95p. $1 million in puts. Look for some capitulation into the close. You're going to be looking for capitulation for the next few days, I think. And into FOMC. Or, yeah, FOMC, the Fed. How much time do we have to close? Yeah, I recommend that you don't follow this trade. It's very risky. But if we break through this support right here, the target below is going to be right down here, baby. 420.23. 50 handles straight down to the depths of effing hell. Straight down to the depths of hell. Burr, baby, burr. Oops. And they're printing. Sha, 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 sha. Shocker. Keep printing. Yeah, those are 420p's. It's like a magnet. It's like a magnet. Dude, what is going on? Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Just like a magnet down here. Just look at it sitting there. VXX calls coming in 128.27 $171,000. Apple puts coming in right now, January 28th, 147p. Brutal. Got this nice little VWAP above here, 429.15. QQQ puts January 24th, 338p, 41,000. Twitter puts January 28th, 35p, $181,000. SPY calls dip buyer, one dip buyer showing up January 24, 428p for $189,000. Might get this quick rip here into 3 p.m. and a nice sell down. Good day trader stepping in. I feel like every time I sell out of my puts, I feel like I'm the one that's causing the fucking short cover. This is nice to see. PayPal, January 28th, 162.5C for $251,000. It looks like PayPal's starting to trade with the index. It's kind of nice to see. It's not just getting buried anymore in its own. That sounds crazy. But seeing PayPal trade closer to the indexes, and a point to note on PayPal today, some of the stuff I have to look at after market close, but it is interesting to see PayPal is down roughly to where it started to trade up from in May of 2020. That is a positive note to make. Can't deny that. Some of these tickers that are now trading down where they should be, they've given so PayPal has given back almost the entire trade from March 20th of 2020 right up to the top here of May 6th, 2020. I'm sure this will be used as an argument that we trade up from here in the market. Watching some more calls come in on SoFi, ICLN, and Hood. Another 70 grand on Hood calls. someone bought plug today in dark pool. Couple bids on plug. Ooh, this is a good one. Nope, that's not what I thought it was. Hold on. Let me scroll through dark pool real quick. Decent bid on Netflix today. See anything else interesting here? $4.29. Nice little bump coming in. Nice little support area coming in right here in SPY. This is good to see. Down here at 426. Where's that? Still a nice bid coming into NVIDIA. See what kind of delta's rolling off today too. 26. This is interesting. I want to give you guys a heads up. This is kind of interesting. We have 368,000 puts rolling off today on the SPY, right? And then tomorrow for the SPY, or for Wednesday for the SPY, we're heavily weighted on the call side. And the price of calls is very expensive heading into Wednesday. Kind of interesting. I didn't catch this earlier. Very pricey calls. And they're almost equal with the price of puts, which is unusual for Wednesday. There might be a long trade into this bell. Might be a fat long trade coming up. All right, now I'm in some calls. 432C for 85 cents. See if this goes anywhere. These are expiring on today. And I'm probably going to jump over to some Wednesday calls at some point. So I can scalp a quick 10 or 20% off these calls. Quick SPY call scalp. More calls coming in on NVDA, January 28th, 230C, $690,000. After the bell today, we have IBM reporting, Logitech, Crane, Stale Dynamics, Brown & Brown, Pet Meds, Zion Bank, Smart Financial, Equity Something Properties, Enterprise Financial. Also, tomorrow we have, before the bell, Johnson & Johnson, GE, Verizon, American Express, Lockheed Martin, 3M, Raytheon, NextEra Energy, ADM, and UMC. After the close on Tuesday, we have Microsoft, Capital One, F5 Networks, Texas Instruments, CN, Martin, K12, Navient, Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaiian Airlines might be worth looking at. Agilus, I haven't seen if they've traded down or whatever. We have had some big trading down in the airlines today. Might be a nice trade leading up into Tuesday and Wednesday. But specifically, look towards IBM, Logitech, see if they've recovered into the close today. Oh, yeah, there you go, calls. Print it. VZ. Yeah, Verizon just utterly shit the bed, huh? That might be a nice call trade into tomorrow. Verizon might be a nice trade into the bell. When are they reporting? Before the open. I always like to see companies report before the open, especially if you buy stock. IBM's after the bell today. I like IBM too. SPY calls are doing well. I'm going to sell out of my SPY calls now. They're at $1.66. $1.71. I'm out at 166. I'm going to put some more put spreads on soon. Looks like we've got a buy program heading into the close, but I'm going to start getting some put spreads going here. Okay, back into put spreads again. Let's see. I think I'm going to go with IWM. I was going to go with SPY this time, but I think I'm going to go with IWM. I'm going to follow this trade here in IWM. Where is that trade in IWM? February 18th, I think it is. Yeah. February 18th, 189. Let's see if we can pick up this. February 18th, 189. It's not really that great of a trade. It's okay. Still like the SPY. I like about the SPY is that it trades so well and fast. 1 month bearish. I don't even think we need to go that far. All right. 434. 435. 434, 435. Hang tight, guys. Have it put spread for Wednesday. Let's do Friday. Generate trades for the 28th of January. Edit. Let's see what that pays. 434, 435. It's not a bad trade. Pays 100% that we don't go above 436 by Friday. I don't think we do either. Might even take it sooner than that. Okay, 26. Spread. Pretty good bet right there, too. Do I think we trade over that? Yeah, so I'm going to line up some trades, some put spreads here. If I can get a put spread into the close. What I am doing, already in spreads, February 18th. I'm having robbed Rusty in a few. Yeah, I'm about to add. I'm going to, you guys have a great day. Hit Mike. So I'm going to do is I'm going to look for a trading up into the bell here between 3 and 4 p.m. And then I'm going to hope to grab some put spreads that are in the money so that we trade down into Wednesday and probably sell them on Wednesday at the open or something. Sometimes I do credit spreads. I'll do credit spreads, but it depends on what I'm trying to do. It depends upon the interest. I'm looking for a target date on these spreads specifically, and I don't like taking credit spreads if I think we can trade higher. Let's say we end up trading up to 435 or 436, then we swing back down. I like credit spreads directionally. Does that make sense to you guys? So I think both debit and credit have their uses. Right now, it's probably not the best time to be buying credit spreads. If we trade up into the close, I would possibly buy a credit spread. I do find it interesting of note that I do want you guys to realize that you don't usually see calls be this expensive into Wednesday, which is unusual. It's piqued my interest. We've got, you're looking at like 432 calls for Wednesday or at $5.58. Pretty fucking expensive. There's a lot of interest in calls for Wednesday. There's a lot of people buying 430C for Wednesday. The 63,050 contracts for Wednesday. There might be a snapback going into tomorrow. There's a fair chance of it, that there's some kind of a sneaky snapback trade into Wednesday, but the price of entry is not cheap. And I don't like the price of calls and puts on the Wednesday trade. If we were to just trade sideways into Tuesday, then it would murder options across the board, whether you're a bull or a bear. Makes me wonder if the trade is sideways for Tuesday. Oh, buy or sell. Let me see. Hold on. Market has been shitting its pants from 3:30 until 4 for the last week. Yeah, fair way to do that again, but I am not sure. Is it because of elevated VIX? I think it's because everybody in the market is looking for relief bounce into the Fed. Cheaper trade might be VIX puts. There's a lot of VIX calls right now coming in. I think the safe bear trade is VIX calls into FOMC personally. Yeah, that's what a lot of the calls are coming in. There's not a lot of there's a lot of VIX UVXY calls coming in for Wednesday, which doesn't infer that the market goes up and down, just that the VIX can go up into at least Tuesday. The trade might just be a butterfly. That might just be the trade. That closes on Wednesday. Then you sell it at the open on Wednesday. So I'm going to wait here for into the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock hour. I want to see us trade, get rejected above here if possible. If we do close above 432.84, it is slightly a bullish move. These option prices are all over the place. A ramp into close. Yeah, I won't take that trade until the day of FOMC. What I'll end up doing is I'll wait. I usually wait for like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday. And then I wait to see what side everybody is on. I ended up, Doug knows about this trade. So every FOMC minutes, I'll take a trade that's contrarian. They haven't failed yet. It's one of my best trades. What I'm looking for is this trade up to 430. I think it's like 435, 47, 42 or so into the bell. And then I'm thinking maybe a butterfly. I'm on the fence if it's a butterfly or if it's a put spread leading into Wednesday. There is a contrarian idea just based on the price of the call side right now and the fact that some puts are rolling off end of day today. There's a whole bunch of puts rolling off OPEX today, and there's a bunch of people on calls for tomorrow. So it's probably a long trade into the bell. It could last into tomorrow. It could be a big trade into tomorrow, a big call side trade. I'm turning myself onto that trade right now, too. We've got another batch of SPY calls that bought me like $1.05. They're 434 Cs up to $1.44 right now. $1.41, $1.40. I'm going to get out of them. Now they're $1.50. Yeah, I'm going to get out of them right now. That was a nice short covering operation. All right, give me one more bounce and I'll enter one more time. One more bounce. Where's the VIX right now? can see why you want to sell VIX puts. Where's that gap on the VIX? Is it, there's a 45 gap fill somewhere? Way back up in here. Dude, that trade, so I just got to have a trade, right? It went up to like, was $1.05, then it went up to $1.60. Now it's back down to $1.04. Dude, zero dates are no joking around. No joking around. Now it's sub $1. 90 cents. Wait for this short covering bullshit to be done, and then maybe grab another rack into the close. Yeah, I'm still sitting on Piton. And I'm thinking about this morning or last night or something, my brain was telling me to get like longer dated, like some 3-month puts and some 3-month puts and some 6-month puts, maybe even year out puts. Yeah, I haven't sold the Piton puts. I'm holding these. I'm considering these puts on Piton as a birthday gift to myself. I want to be holding these puts for ER. It's the, for all the shit that's being talked out there, all the bluster and all the, we're going to get a different owner for Piton. The real fact is that it's the only time that they can't lie. They can do whatever they want to try to sell out of their positions by pumping it up, but it doesn't really matter because they can't lie in their ER. If they do, it's fraud. They can go to prison for that. So I don't believe it. I don't believe them. I don't believe what they're doing. He can lie whatever he wants, but he can't lie to an ER. He can, I guess. But I'll take that trade. I've been shorting fucking Piton since last summer. And I got out of that short. Now I'm back in it again. Well, I'm long puts. And I'll diamond hand those puts into ER. I don't buy for a second that nobody's selling before ER either. I'm not going to take that trade just yet. So this is interesting. There's now 67, almost 67,000 contracts on 440C for January 26th on the SPY. They're costing $2.87. I'd like to see them come down into the bell. I'm interested in buying them. I feel like it's something where I'm going to buy them at $2.90. I'm going to be able to buy them again tomorrow for like $1.30. It's going to piss me off if I do that. But there's a lot of interest in them for Wednesday. I haven't seen that kind of interest in weeks. And at the same time, I'm going to put some put spreads on to protect my ass because I think I have to protect myself if I take that trade. I don't think I can take just a naked call trade into Tuesday because of OPEX. Oh, let me see. What's going on here? Only green on the day, LOL. VIX peaked at 39. Diamond hand, those pitons. They still haven't lied about anything, just fact checking. Oh. This could be the large push up for banks and institutions to go barely above water before they crush the market. So I am very bearish this market. I don't care where we trade to. I don't care how high the snapback trade is. There's damage done to our market. There are a few positives to say today. Seeing Shopify trade down to 470. No, was not at 460. Excuse me. I'm misspeaking here. Seeing Shopify trade down to 780 today was a positive sign for a market reversal. But again, it's the same question, right? The question becomes, do you feel comfortable as a bull taking this market long at 430 or even 420? And my answer to that is no. As a bull, it's just a matter of time. I would take this market higher as a bull with some confidence if we traded down to 400 or less. Anything 400 or less, I'd be confident with trading this market. Even like SQ is kind of close to where it should be, but still not quite there, right? And then the banks right now are hedging lower. There are no calls coming in to 480. There's no call hedges for June to 480. There's no like $10 million blocks, $20 million blocks coming in to 450. There just isn't. So I'll follow that trade when it comes in, right? If I see 20, 30, $40 million come into 450 or to 480, I'll follow that trade all day long. But for right now, the trade is lower. The banks are trading this lower. They can be wrong at times, but I tend to trade with the banks and not with retail. I seem to win more often when I trade with the banks. I'll take longs right now, but I have to put protection on while I'm taking them. And I have to make sure that I'm taking the meat of my trade is into short to 408 sometime in February, March. At the latest, it could come this week. I don't know when those trades like print or not. And then day trade long whenever I can. Now, so like put spreads don't matter. So the key behind a put spread is it doesn't fucking matter if it trades up or down. The only thing that I guess it does matter if it trades down because they print, but it doesn't affect whether those put spreads print. That's the beauty of it. We could trade up tomorrow to 440 or 450, and if we still head down to 408, they'll end up printing. And if you do them in the money here at 430, let's say at this bell, let's say we trade up into this bell at like 435, and I just take an in the money put spread that expires on the 18th at 435. There's a pretty fair chance they're going to print. So what I'll do is just leave them in the background and let them print down the road. Yeah, I don't know. As a bull, my long view of this market is that I'm not willing to take this market long at 434, at 450. It has to come down slightly more, at least 400. And on that same note, right, you've got a correction that's taking place that is knocking down these companies. All of these companies are sell the fucking news this week. Every single one of them. Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, doesn't matter who they are. None of these companies are going to be giving you guidance that's going to say, we're going to fucking whatever. You know, Apple's not going to tell you they're going to 200 or 300. They don't say that, but, you know, that their valuation should be higher. It's not what they're going to tell you this week. It's the same thing as what Netflix said. Netflix is a good bellwether. There's going to be more panic in the market, and I don't give a flying fuck where we trade. I don't believe for a second that we're going higher. I don't believe for a second. And that's when they have to tell the truth. That's the key that you have to know, is that some of you know this, some of you don't. There's only 4 times a year that a company has to tell you the truth, and that is during their earnings reports. If they don't, it's a fucking felony. They will arrest you and throw your ass in jail. The market, the banks will not trade you ever again because of lies, right? It's one of the only golden rules in any market, is that the CEOs, CFOs of these companies are held to the iron 4 times a year, and so they have to give you they have to tell you the truth, whether they like a great example is Samuel Adams. Samuel Adams did not update investors on their guidance, and they traded that shit down to the depths of hell. And so if you don't, if you're not forthcoming in your earnings reports and your guidance statements, then, and they find out later on, or anything, that kind of stuff, it's really bad for a company. So I think this is the perfect opportunity for a company. If I was a company and we've been making bank for a year, 2 years, just cranking, it's a perfect opportunity to dump your baggage. You don't want to dump your baggage after a fall. You want to pick the right time to do it. So you dump all your baggage, clean the slate, clean it all off real nice, and then you come back to make money another day. There's a time to take profit off the table. This is that time for us to take profit off the table. It's time for bulls to take profit off the table. It's the time for companies to take profit off the table. Anything else would be kind of crazy. Although, like a Tesla, sure, maybe they do split their stock at their ER. Something wild that nobody knows. But generally speaking, you have to have the idea in your mind that everything adds up to this market selling down. Everything. Every single thing is stacked against you as a bull right now. I'm a bull, and everything is stacked against me as a bull right now, no matter where we trade up to right now. Okay? We normally sell in a bull market. We normally sell for profit every ER season that's positive. And we're just not in that bull market right now, right? And we have some damage done right now. So even if we have positive earnings, that profits will be taken. Just generally, we take profits off of earnings, even if it takes a week or a month or two. We're seasonally in a down time of the year. There's just too much stacked up where you say, everything's going to be fine. Market's going to be fine. We will trade down. It's not even a question of if. No, not really. They really can't tell selective truths. When they tell selective truths in the ER statements, it comes back to haunt them. It's one of the things that, like for all the bullshit in Wall Street and all the bullshit trading, all that kind of stuff, in all honesty, it's one of the only times where you'll get the straightest answer. Even if you have to dig through the information, they do tend to be as truthful as they can be in ERs. It's the only time of the quarter that you can get a straight answer from a CEO. Come on, trade up into the bell. Trade up into the bell. Yeah, but nothing says we're taking this market long. Trading down to 420 today doesn't mean that we're going up to 480 or 500. Right around here. There we go. All right. So I filled some spreads, some put spreads. We've got some put spreads expiring on Wednesday for 438, 440p. For Wednesday. So if we trade lower than 438, they should print into Wednesday. All we got to do is close lower than 438. SPY 450 end of day. But what ifs? All I hear is what ifs ever. That's all I ever hear. But what if this and but what if that? Yeah. Yeah, so I got some put spreads for the market right here, based on us trading sideways or down into Wednesday. Been in and out of calls all day long, puts all day long. Watching calls come in on SPY, 225, 460p. NVIDIA, January 28th, 215C for $529,000. IWM, 218, 200C. HLT, May 20th, 155C, $1.7 million. Laser calls coming in, February 4th, 14C for $37,000. Veil calls coming in, March 18th, 14C for $120,000. SPY calls coming in, or they came in 4 minutes ago, January 26th, $100,000, 445C. All kinds of outside the money. SPY calls, XLV calls, $77,000. January 28th, 128C. SPY puts, February 18th, 430p for $1.3 million. Woo! Donut puts coming in, January 18th. February 18th. Scratch that. 70,000p or $70,000 on 15p. QQQs, January 26th, 342p for $800,000. SPY calls, January 26th, 450C for $866,000. SPY calls, February 18th, $300,000, 450C. Big boys. QQQs, January 31st, $300,000. Lots of day traders stepping in. VIX calls, March 4th, 30C, $155,000. SoFi calls, January 28th, $33,000. $22 minutes left. Just pinstriked at 436.58. Want to make a note that the second low of the day was higher than the previous low of the day. We've also broken above to a higher high into the close so far. We are at the top of a major resistance channel that has gone back for some time. We just broke above it. Those January 26th calls for 440C are now at $4.13. They were down around $2 just about 20 minutes to half an hour ago. And the interest has now grown from 60,000 contracts to almost 80,000 contracts. $4.35Cs are now at $2.76. Baba calls coming in March 18th, 150C. VXX calls March 4th, 30C, $155,000. SoFi, been watching lots of SoFi calls. We saw lots of SoFi puts all morning long, and then lots of SoFi calls into end of the day. More NVIDIA calls January 28th, 245C for $133,000. NVIDIA just cranking. SPY calls January 24th, 437C for $137,000. Going to try to pin it up here into the bell. More NVIDIA calls. NVDA, January 28th, 245C for $132,000. EEM calls, March 18th, 51.5C for $166,000. Twitter calls. NVIDIA calls. AMD puts, 9/16/22, 110P for $2 million. Very bullish sign for AMD, showing a put hedge or put hedges expiring up into September. Very bullish for AMD. NVDA calls February 18th, 270C, and then SPY, 124. This is all pinning action into the close. Very positive for SPY into the closing bell right here. TQQQ calls February 4th, 57.5C for $327,000. TQQ Q. I always forget if I'm saying Q 3 or 4 times. Whenever I do, like, when I do the QQQs, not so bad. TQQQQ. QQQ. Looks like pinning action into the bell. Let's look higher and see if we've got better call structure above on the SPY. IWM, February 18th, 189P, $457,000. See if we can see some structure above on SPY here or not. It is nice to see this above here, this 474. CVX February 18th, 120p. AMD January 28th, 110p, $141,000. I do like to see the AMD puts way out in September. If we do at some point see more put flow that isn't so short dated, when you really start seeing put flow that's dated or hedging flow that are puts that are dated farther out, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, it's usually very bullish for a ticker. Most of our put flow is very short dated in large, huge blocks. Oh, look at that. My put spreads are already printing. Yay. Shocker. All right. Viacom calls 128, so that's January 28th, 35C, $13,000. Apple, January 28th, 165C for $158,000. This is a positive sign. IWM, February 4th, 135C for $120,000. Lots of IWM calls coming in right now into the bell. Not IBM, sorry, scratch that. Not IWM, IBM, I mean. So it's IBM, February 4th, 135C times 2 for $240,000. They did have a pretty steep sell-off today, and they're back on their upwards movement or upwards track. BITO, February 18th, 25C, $240,000. It's a lot of money for a small ticker. Walmart has some calls coming in, March 18th, 87,000. I do warn you if you trade Walmart that it moves like molasses. And I've always had better luck with Walmart calls that expire after their ER and, in the money and after ER. Some nice calls into the close, pinning into the close, murdering all these puts. And then we've got 80,000 contracts now on 440C for expiry on January 26th. So you now have bulls just moving in looking for 440 into Wednesday. SPY climbing to 437.65. SPX calls coming in. Very good to see. January 24th, 4,400, baby. Woo! $437.84. Killer run from 426.04 all the way up to 437.84. Amazing run on the SPY into the closing bell. 12 minutes left. Get out of that trade. No more calls for you. All right. What else is coming in? That's it. More spy calls coming in. January 24. That's for today to pin into the close. 440C, $27,000. Someone's taken on the gambling meme trade, or not trade, but the arbitrage trade directly into the close. So that's a quick 30 grand at 440C. They paid 41 cents for them. Then we have NVIDIA, March 18th, 260C for $271,000. NVIDIA calls have just been ripping late afternoon. Uber, January 28th, 35C for $102,000. TSM, get into that trade. Come on. That fast fill. All right, so 48 cents. At 440C into close was at 48 cents, but then went up to 70 cents. SPY 124 440Cs. TQQ calls January 28th, 58. TQQ January 28th, 58C for $141,000. Uber calls February 18th, 42.5C. Jesus Christ, these are printing like stupid. All right, sell, motherfucker. Just printed 100% off 440Cs. Expiring today. That's it. I'm flat. Other than put spreads, I'm flat. I'm not going to trade that again. UVXY puts coming in $72,000 on January 28th, 15P. More AMD calls coming in January 28th, 115C for $247,000. IWM calls coming in. Dark pool SPY buys out the butt right now. IWM January 24th, 200C. IWM calls January 24th, 200C for $208,000. Now $300,000 on January 24th, 200C and IWM. 3 racks total for 600 grand into the bell. Let's do one more rack. Hold on. One more rack into the bell. UVXY, February 4th, 15p, $135,000. QQQ's baby, January 24th, 340C, $621,000. Nope, I don't want that price. I want that 52 cents. Five minutes left until the bell. God damn it, I just made so much fucking money. Sorry, I'm trading these. Hold on, me. I can't pay attention to the screen while I'm trading. 440Cs keep trading down to like 30, 40 cents, and they trade up to like $1. Like repetitively, over and over and over into the bell. VIX puts coming in. VXX puts February 4th, 22p for $98,000. Might get one more trade out of this for like 3 minutes. January 28th, 450Cs, 70,000 buyers. 450C on January 28th. $450C, they are $2.23. Stupid expensive. All kinds of interest in 450C for the 28th. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I'm over here buying like zero dates, buying them and selling them. QQQ's January 24th, 340C for $655,000. This is kind of weird. XLV, January 28th. $520,000 on January 28th, 130p. NVIDIA, just crazy calls coming in. Crazy calls coming in IWM. Now some puts coming in IWM. January 26th, 200p. NVIDIA, though, cranking with the calls. More than $500,000 in just the next few minutes. 235C for January 28th. Bell is about to click on or clang right now. 3:50 or 4 p.m. Just hit the bell. More NVIDIA calls at the bell for a cool $1 million. QQQ, January 26th for $500,000. God damn, that was good. That was amazing. Let's take a look at the after hour here. Let's see what happens in after hours. See if we see any continued buying for a gap up tomorrow. $2.51. I'm still here with you. Hold on. I'm looking to get one more fill. After the bell, February 18th, IWM. Oh, shit. Crazy. Okay, so after the bell, so far, we have 3 sets of IWM puts for a grand total of $11 million. 3 sweeps, February 18th, 192p on IWM. So that's negative on IWM heading into the bell for $11 million in puts. Saw a small trade come in for January 28th, 450C. On the SPY for $115,000. But make note that we have puts coming in on IWM currently for $11 million in puts on IWM into after the bell. Okay, so the IWM puts are February 18th, 192p. There are 3 sets of them. February 18th, 192p. The first one is $3.9 million. The second one is $3.9 million. And the third one is $3.1 million for a grand total of, I don't know what that is, 9, 10, $10.9 million in puts against IWM. Yeah, more than that. Here we go again. Jesus. SPY. February 18th, 419p, $6.1 million. Some small bets after the bell. Like I told you about that SPY call bet for the 28th. Then you've got QQQ's 352C. Jesus. It just doesn't fucking stop. QQQs, let's say, right? So that came in 300 or 352C for January 24th, right? That's for today, right? So it brings up Qs into the 415 hour for $141,000, right? But then we just had more SPY puts come in. We've got SPY puts coming in at $6 million for February 18th, 419p. SPY puts coming in right now, February 18th, 419p for $1.3 million. Major hedging coming in for February 18th for SPY. Yeah, I've got some puts. I had some calls, bought some puts. I'm still holding SPY puts. I'm thinking about adding more SPY puts at this point, seeing this action. It's only 4:07 p.m. So I want to see what else comes in before the 4:15 hour, and I will see if I get more aggressive with puts or not. So for all that call flow, there are some major puts against the market coming in after 4 p.m. Yeah, post the IWM flow, and then don't forget to post the SPY flow as well. There's a SPY $6.6 million sweep. I'm telling you, this market is relentless. Thursdays, I'm dead here. Like, I'm dead inside. Trading this. Now I got to look at, hold on, I got to look at something here. Yeah, 440. The problem that the concern that I have is that these puts, just heads up out there, okay? Another rack of SPY puts, February 18th, 419p. This is a second rack for $1.3 million. Just violence. in the after hours, the last 15 minutes. No, I'm making a ton of money, but dude, it's so relentless. It's like, so this could end up crushing a gap up tomorrow. At minimum, it should stop a gap up into tomorrow if the dealers have to hedge all of these SPY and IWM puts. I can't tell you the exact mechanics of it heading into the close here just yet. I know that we've got a ton of puts rolling off tonight. Man, relentless. I got five more minutes left to make a decision if I'm gonna. Yeah, IWM had a bunch of calls come through before the bell. Or not IWM, IBM. I've said that now twice. A mistake in my verbiage. IBM had a ton of calls come in before the bell. IBM's now cranking up to 137.49. IBM up almost 7% after the bell. It does look like after the bell that even with these puts coming in, I'm tracking 445s right now, 445 Cs expiring on the 26th. And even with the weakness after the bell, there is premium kicking in on SPY calls. They were down to like 265 or something like that right at the bell. Now they're up to 305, 306. There's a lot of premium kick on the long side into tomorrow, but it implies that we're going to move up or even gap up tomorrow. Just a heads up into the last couple minutes here in the trade. And the expectation would be that there would be a gap tomorrow into the open to 445. Unless something else happens. Now they're up to 321. into the last minute of trading. Yeah, so while the market trades higher, and there's a couple things of the mechanics wise I want to talk to you guys about before we end the broadcast. So into this last minute today, there was a huge kick on premium on calls the last 15 minutes from 4 o'clock to 4:15. Huge kick. Massive premium on calls, even after the bell. Before the bell, after the bell, normally I'll see them come down, and they didn't. They kept going up. Then they went straight up into the 4:15 hour. Now, with that said, there was some major hedging still put on the market into the bell as well. And I took some more hedging on today at the end of the day to account for this trade down into February 18th. So I want to know if you guys think that this bullishness is brief. Is this just something that takes place for the next 2 or 3 days? Then we trade back down, take profit, and trade down to 400, where we stabilize the market for the next 3 to 4 days? Or do you think it just starts selling off tomorrow? What's your thought process overnight? Because underneath the surface, there's a bet against the market still. Yeah, I've had some... Dude, if you look at my trading today, it's been all over the place. Multiple 100% trades back and forth, up and down today in this market period. Puts printing, calls printing, puts printing. I probably printed calls. So I think I have 2 or 3 put trades, one that I have still open. I have at least 6 to 7 call trades. I'm gonna have to look on my history today. It's a head fake. I'm holding spreads. Dump post FOMC. VIX dropped 10 points intraday while it was slowly burned down some more. Thought of vol crush already. Probably ate up over half the rally with that. Big money is hugely negative. Brief, very brief. God knows at this point. It's been a wild day, hands down. This has been one of the wildest days that I've traded in many, many, many moons. Gap up 20 to 40 points. I left my ass off. Yeah, so we'll see into tomorrow. I'm interested to see if we still gap up. I think we gap up to 450 tomorrow, but the only thing that makes me hesitant of that is the last bit of puts that came in could stifle the gap up somewhat tomorrow or flatten it. There is one positive thing, and that is the amount of puts that expired today at the bell. That could lead to at least 445 as a gap up tomorrow. The only thing against that is those IWM puts and those SPY puts after the bell that came in. Can't see that far out. Yeah, I think there's a possibility of a gap up. There's some weird interplay in the market right now. You've got I would have said I would have given it a 70 to 80% chance of a gap up until those last little puts came in. Maybe SPY gaps up, but IWM doesn't. Maybe Q's has the best chance of gap up tomorrow. I guess if I put it that way, right? Best chance of gap up, Q's. Second chance, maybe slightly stifled, would be SPY. IWM is going to be tough to gap up. Tough. Not saying it can't happen. but it's going to be tough. The SPY put rollover was huge. Huge. Almost 400,000 in puts rolling off today, expiring today on just one strike. You guys have a wonderful afternoon. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Please support the channel by tipping if you can. If you've made money today, please leave a tip down in the description. Please follow on @CaptainsAlpha. Just request to follow, and I'll let you guys all in over there. We have a Discord down in the description. Please join. We have an active trader community. I'll catch you guys all tomorrow. I'm interested to see if we gap up tomorrow. I really am. I think we should, or maybe we open SPY flat. I can't tell here. Thanks for all of your support out there. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it was a great fucking day. Not a bad day in any fucking respect. This is a trader's market. We know that. That's all I got to say. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, everybody have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you, FR, for subscribing. Thank you, KTH, for subscribing. Thank you, Sid M, for subscribing. Yeah, Joe Harper tipped. Thanks, my brother. You can tip, Joe. You can go back to tipping, brother. I will put up a new Discord link. I don't know why that Discord link is invalid. I'll put another one up there for tomorrow's stream. And I'll get a new one up there for you guys tomorrow. Yes, I'm still in bear mode. There's nothing right now that doesn't say we're not in bear mode. Nothing. Still in bear mode. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. Just the tip, Joe. Just the tip. Thanks, Mary. Have a great day.